Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife conservation finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934 in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works often feature
Good morning, I'm Blessing AJ. This is the mid-week edition of the Front Burners. You excited to watch the show? I know, I have a feeling that you do, because each time you do, it always gets exciting when issues are discussed on the Front Burners, because we ignite the conversations that spark up change. And I know the change has already began, and we intend to continue on that path. Yes, my partners are here in the studio with me this morning, Priya Kumali and Dr. Dausa Osamaza, whom I'm twinning with today. I got the memo, Priya. What happened? You didn't receive the memo?
Good morning, Blessing. What a wonderful day. It's Ash Wednesday, really.
Oh, yes.
Very good day in Christendom,
Yes.
where we are reminded of our common humanity. And then, of course, in the next 40 days, we will be pursuing the road of humility. And as we seek righteousness, we will see how this nation get better for it in the next 40 days.
So it's Lent season.
Oh, yes.
For those who are foodies, it's not good news for you at all. But, well, you can wait for the next 40 days when we will be having the Easter celebration. So then you can feast as much as you want. Pray.
Good morning to you, Blessing.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, Doc.
Good morning,
It's
Priya.
Ash Wednesday, so Doc is, his hands are like this. Pious and sanctimonious Wednesday.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
In the middle of Ramadan.
No temptations today.
Well, it's good
Well,
that
let's find out during the conversation.
it's good that both faiths are having a very sober time.
Yes.
So there will be more prayers for the nation. But
Can
when we
you
talk
imagine
about
we're wearing purity and the
Yeah.
blood that symbolizes the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here for that sacrifice.
okay, well, you know what they say when Nigerians say we should pray more, we should pray more. People were asking, now prayer will solve the issue. Well,
yes, yes.
let's find out what's happening in Nigeria and around the globe with Swift Aderinto. Whether she's pious, I don't know. But when you see her, you can tell if she is having a pious disposition this morning. Hello, Swift.
I'm a Jesus baby.
and greatest victory is to conquer yourself. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you don't want to miss. Talking about somebody who has been conquered, the Assembly and Councillors of Shira local government area in Bauchi State have removed the local government chairman, Honorable Abdullahi Ibrahim, and his deputy, Honorable Husman Abdul, from office. Their removal followed a committee's investigation that found them guilty of gross misconduct and financial mismanagement. In other words, they stole money and failure to perform in their duties and abuse of office. A resolution signed by 10 councillors included the council leader, Honorable Waheed Abdum, and the deputy official declared that the offices of both the chairman and the vice chairman vacant with immediate effect and for abuse of their office. This is good news because it shakes up, the system. Local government chairmen, when they know that they can be removed very easily, since they do not have immunity, they will work harder. My second story comes with the saying that Winston Churchill said, you would never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. But Canada has decided to throw stones and bark and as the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said that Canada will slap tariffs on U.S. imports beginning from March 4th in response to levies pledged by America, because there is no justification for Washington's action. Should America's tariffs come into effect tonight, Canada will effect theirs by 12:01. OTO. All right, and he has also claimed that a 25% tariffs against 155 billion of American goods would be imposed, the Canadian Prime Minister said in a statement. With this movie we are watching, we're grabbing our popcorn and our drinks. Let's see, because it's going to be America versus Canada. Let's find out who the real actor is. And my final story for the day is, they say everything that goes up in Nigeria never comes down, but fuel prices is changing the narrative, as the managing director of Financial Derivables Company Limited, Bisman Rimwane, has predicted that the cost of premium petroleum spirits, also known as petrol, will come down and continue to decline until June 2025. Both Dangote Refinery and Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPLC, have crashed the cost of the essential commodity in recent weeks, easing the pressure on millions of Nigerians who depend on fuel for their energy needs. According to him, this price war between Dangote and NNPC will benefit the customer more, the consumer more. I agree. He claims that in a price war, nobody wins. It's the consumer who wins at the long run. And so we're very excited about this. Fuel should continue to go down. In fact, it should go down to 18 naira per liter, and that's when Sugar Mommy will finally be happy. Of course, they say the greatest way to move forward in life is to keep a positive attitude as you start your Lent today. And of course, to all my Muslim brothers and sisters out there, keep a positive attitude. My name is Swift Aderito, and of course, let's go for a quick time out with the front burners. We have the absolutely gorgeous Blessing, sitting pretty. We have Onyi Priye, always doing what he knows how to do best, and of course, Doctor, the man who knows it all. See you on the other side.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are
All right, after those very insightful stories that Swift and Derito brought to us, let's look at some more around the Nigerian scene. And this one talks about the federal government announcing significant progress in its economic diversification effort securing $50.8 billion investment commitment through international engagements, including President Bola Tinubu's recent overseas visit. The president, since assuming office, has been going round trying to market Nigeria. In fact, he's considered the #1 marketer for Nigeria, and it seems those marketing visits have started yielding results, and that is culminated in securing $50.8 billion of investment. The Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, while speaking at the press briefing in Abuja, emphasized that the importance of tracking investments generated through these investments cannot be put aside, because when Nigerians ask, why is the president traveling? Where is he going to? He should sit in Nigeria and he should govern his people. Now, the Minister of Trade and Industry is saying that these visits have yielded results, and we need to track what is coming from some of this movement around trying to canvas for investment in Nigeria. Doc?
Well, it's good that we're moving around town, and it's good that the president, since assumption of office, May 29, 2023, had done over 400 travels.
That's a lot.
And what we're looking at here is potential, not actual, that companies have visited. And I don't think it's worth its bill, really. I feel that people who have a privilege of leadership should be able to manage communications very well, so that the thing that falls into headlines are not as if we are becoming defensive, and to say that certain things that we are doing or there's results. Because the question that somebody will ask you is to say, really, $50 billion, which sector?
Exactly. And you just pointed out the amount of investment matching his bill, 400 trips.
So we have 413 trips, and then of course we have a potential $50 billion dollars investment. Where is it going to? Oil and gas? Is it going to solid mineral? Is it going to? So all these details are in here, and so for it to be actually newsworthy, really, is to say that there are concrete things that are on ground that we see. We also saw in the news that, of course, some of these companies have visited Nigeria, and they promise to come, hopefully that 2027. Then, of course, some of them are able to take up operation. But like I've always argued, I don't believe that we need, in the age of social media, that we need to do too much travel before we can secure deals. And I think what government really need to understand is the fact that for people to do business with you, there must be prospects. That people are reading about you, and they are hearing about you, and they are coming deliberately to want to come do business with you. And once they come, then they find an enabling environment in which a proper business can happen, where profits are possible, where of course investments are secured, and the lives of those who are also putting the money down is also secured. I think we must do more in terms of creating more enabling environment, so that foreign direct investment can flow in naturally without us necessarily going to be cap in hand,
knock on the doors of other countries.
To say, come and put money in an environment, because if there's value, people will look at it. Before Christopher Columbus crossed the waters to come to this place, they knew there was something they were looking for. I didn't think any king in Africa went across overseas to tell them, come and see, we have fruits here.
Now, let's look at President Donald Trump, assuming office, marketing America, stating what it's going to be going forward in America. He didn't need to travel from one country to the other. From where he was in the US talking, the other parts of the world could hear him, and they could also make reactions He had meetings, some of them via the phone, virtual, conferences. He attended summits when he needed to. Look at that. This is what we have going on in Nigeria. When a president assumes office in Nigeria, the first 3 months is for you to go around. And then there's this justification that the president has to make himself known. He has to introduce himself to all the world leaders that he is now in charge of the affairs of the country.
Okay, when we start talking about the traveling around of president, let me come from our emergence into the Fourth Republic, where former president Olusegun Obasanjo became the president in 1999. He did a lot of traveling, and of course you want to ask why traveling. Before then, we were running a military administration where the previous military administration of Mr. Abubakar, then back to Abacha, then coming back to Babangida, and back to other military administrators. They have placed Nigeria on a path in the global arena where we have been sanctioned by the United States of America and other global, international powerhouse. We've been sanctioned economically. We've been sanctioned. In fact, some of our military administrators and active politicians have been sanctioned that, look, don't come to the United States. And there are positions of sanctions here and there. And so when Obasanjo got into the saddle, he felt the need to repair the foreign relations of Nigeria. So he traveled, and that is where he became a very good a very good friend of the former President Bill Clinton of the United States. He became a very good president of Tony Blair of the United Kingdom. He became a very good president around, and we are not surprised how he came to a head, why they actually appointed him or voted for him to become the head of former presidents in Africa, in the continent of Africa, so that if there is anywhere in the continent of Africa that is boiling, Obasanjo is there to go and make peace. And he did. He negotiated lots of deals, not only for Nigeria but for other African countries. And it's not story. We saw how it translates to economic benefit for Nigeria when Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu of the Economic Front, the Czar of Corruption, and the former governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai, and Nenadi Usman, came into the economic forum where we were able to secure the debt relief from our foreign debts, and those sanctions were removed. Yes, it did that, and we saw that result. So it's a good thing. But go back to the United States, the question you asked. The United States is already in a class where it will not go cap in hand. In fact, I believe even the stock market, prior to when Donald Trump was going to emerge as president, in fact, when he actually emerged, he said the oil price was high, as I was thinking, maybe Saudi Arabia, we should have reduced the price and all. That is, he knows where the country is. And he knows that, look, other nations need to play to the gallery because I'm coming on board. This is the United States of America. There was even a meeting, a world meeting there. He couldn't make it there physically. He addressed them virtually. So he came to the saddle and things started fixing themselves. He was speaking with the
So what you're saying in essence that it's status-based. It's based on the status of the country.
Status-based.
But let me take you back to the reference that you used, which was that of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, given the era that he was coming from, military regime, transiting now to civilian rule, and so he needed to make that visit, or those visits rather, and then he needed to do damage control. But subsequently, we have had return of one civilian regime after another.
Yes.
Do you think, as it was necessary in his time, it is still necessary to make those trips? Imagine now for President Tinubu making over 400 trips in almost about 2 years of being the sitting president.
Okay.
Do you find that necessity still the case?
Okay, so I would say, okay, maybe not 413. Maybe we don't need that much because we need to our boots need to be on ground here for us to know what exactly we need to address before, traveling out to get those trips. And I will not completely take it away from the president for making those trips. He needed to make those trips, but maybe not as much. However, these trips have made some foreign investors to, come into the country to assess the business atmosphere and to be able to make investment commitments, which we've not seen it crystallize, we've not seen it materialize at the moment, but they've come to make investment assessment and they are moving in that direction. So most likely, the Ministry of Trade and Investment headed by Madam Oduwole will take that up to make sure that it materializes so that we can actually gain. Because if not, because that it is hidden, and that's where DOC is coming from. It seems like it is hidden, and we are trying to sell the president that, look, we are on this right path. No, just be factual, just be real. We have not actually had $50 billion investment. Actually, no.
Some of them are investment pledges.
It pledges and commitments.
Yeah, but if you look at it, you put it on your calculator. So which means on the average, if the president travel, he makes $125 million. That's what it is.
For expense.
No.
That's the benefit.
If the 50 billion,
$50.8 billion,
$50.8 billion on the average, so you're looking at about $125 million dollar investment that is secure on every trip he makes, and this is in the last 3 years. You see, for me, I feel that communication is important, and those who speak for government, they must do well to understand what to talk about at every point in time. So you don't unnecessarily whip up or insult the sensibility of some people. Because this kind of communication is defensive, and I don't think there's a need for it really. The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Mm-hmm.
See, if we're seeing this company flag off, and this statement is coming and say, oh, one, this is one of the proceeds of our foreign travels, it will make sense. So I think they must even be themselves thinking about what are the solid things that we are putting in place outside the travels that will actually make these companies sit down to do things. You can imagine, for example, I was listening to Donald Trump, yes, who said America has matured. And recent interview, and he said Apple has pledged. Apple had pledged to put $500 billion investment into America. And all the companies that are making big promises. Yeah, but he's not actually stopping at that, and some money actually coming in, and that investment is happening in real time. But the point I'm making is that technology has so transformed the world that we don't need plenty of travels. If from the point of diplomacy, whether it's the Obasanjo regime or the military regime, or the regimes that came before him, or the one that succeeded him, we have always done poorly in diplomacy. Absolutely poorly. And that's why even him could not secure even the vote of fellow African members to even become the Secretary General to the United Nations. So they tell you how poor our diplomacy is. And that's why you can see these most more African countries are messing around us. The point is, we can make significant impact without necessarily making noise. And let people be seeing results happening, just like we see today. Like Swift said, they said the things go up in Nigeria, don't come down. But at least we are seeing petrol come down. So kudos. Work is being done.
Let's even look at what the Minister of Trade and Investment is saying, Jumoke Oduwole. She's saying that there's need to track the engagements that have come from the president's 413 trips. Like, I want to align with what Doc said, that it sounds defensive. Perhaps there have been raised questions in some quarters regarding the number of trips that the president has made so far. And this is coming out to say, let's justify this 413 trips. Now, the $50.8 billion are majorly investment announcements. She's even saying that we need to break the bottlenecks. We need to do all that is necessary to ensure that these announcements materialize. They are yet to materialize. So bottom line is, we need to have the enabling environment where investments can thrive. If that is done first, you would not need to blow the trumpet very often, or even need to go knocking on the doors of other countries to say, hey, I'm the new president of Nigeria. There are opportunities in my country, you can come and invest. These investors are always scouting, always searching for new markets, for new opportunities. And so they know where the opportunities are. They know where the risks are. Now, one of the reasons why sometimes they're skeptical about investing, particularly when you have a new government or a new administration, is policy somersaults. They are not sure where they stand with certain policies. And so they sit on the fence and they're waiting to see things happen. But when we're talking about, yes, the president's attendance at the G20 summit was able to secure about 50 billion investment pledges and all, and then we're needing now to remove the bottlenecks. I think that's something the ministry should have handled, and we should see it translate to actually substance here before we're coming to announce, because it seems like almost every step of government, even before the fruit drops, we're announcing. We're trying to build anticipation in the hearts of the people. And when this anticipation does not translate to us seeing the results in quick time, it results again in disappointment. Because if you're whetting the appetite of Nigerians to say that we have already secured $50.8 billion in investment, we're working to ensure that it's materialized. Now, Nigerians begin to set time and say, okay, let's say for this year, we should see some of those investments materialize. Now, if we don't see them materialize, it begins to feel like we're disappointed. We should have begun to feel the effect of these foreign trips, so that we know that when you're expending money on these trips, because monies are expended, this is what we're getting. It justifies the reason you should make those trips. Now, what is the role of the Minister of Trade and Investment if the president goes about knocking on the doors? Is it that you are the one who goes to knock on the door and then the minister does the follow-up? But I think that we can copy from other countries, because we see the Minister of Trade of other countries coming to make negotiations on behalf of their country with the Nigerian president, with the Nigerian government. We see ministers having that power to make negotiations on behalf of their country with the Nigerian government. Why don't we have the same here? Does it necessarily have to be the president who's able to command and able to speak on behalf of Nigeria that these are the opportunities that we have? These are the sectors that we want investment to come in. Now these announcements have been made. What is the roadmap? What is the strategy to ensure that there are no bottlenecks, there are no frustrations on the part of these investors to actually making these investments materialize?
Okay, so I am never, one thing I'm going to say, if I'm going to have to, chide Madam Oduwole, is that I'm not even going to chide her.
Please
because
don't. You don't have the power to.
I don't think I'm going to say she did anything wrong. Yeah. I'm not going to say she did anything wrong. The headline, for those of us who read headlines and make our decisions based on the headlines, it will be to their fault. Because if they go into the body of that report, they will discover that Madam Oduwole herself said it, that they are working, making sure that these promises or these investment commitments materialize. Now, Nigeria, whenever the president is traveling, either for business consultations or for the purpose of seeking foreign direct investments, he doesn't go alone. The Minister of Trade and Investment goes with him. Sometimes the Minister of Finance goes with him. He has a retinue of delegates that come with the Mr. President to go into such conversations, to meet with prospective investors, to discuss the country and the viable and productive sectors that would appeal to investors to come to bring their money in. And not every investment the president can sit at the comfort of his office to make phone calls to get it done. There are some high level, if not most high level investment that Mr. President needs to be there personally to give assurance to these potential investors so they can come put their money
what
in the
personal
areas.
assurance do we need to give?
No, they're wrong.
What personal assurance do we
I
need
can't
to
blame
give?
the president.
Speaks to how
I'm not saying you are blaming.
No.
I'm just saying that I'm not going to toe that line.
No. We are not even having any line to toe. The issue is simple. If they ask you today, what's the biggest problem with government? The problem of government today is trust deficit. That people can't believe you. There's not a amount of things that people say, that government says, or government agent will say, that the average man who is on the street will believe you. So when you have a trust deficit, when you are communicating, you must ensure that the things that you are saying does not amplify that distrust. It should be things that should enhance trust. You see, there's nothing wrong if I say to you, pray, oh, I don't have the answer. It does not make me a less person. It only earns me integrity. There are teaching problems that we need to deal with at home. While we're having that conversation with the real estate agent yesterday, one of the things he said was that, who will come and build a skyscraper when energy is sick?
How do you get to the top floor?
So how are you going to use pneumatic technology when you don't have light? I remember in 2009 when Dubai was investing hugely on solar energy. I felt it was a waste. And my friend said to me, come look at it. Imagine a light failure in UAE for 5 minutes, where everything is running on a conveyor belt. Check out the number of people that will be trapped underground, that will be trapped in elevator, and the level of casualty. So this nation cannot afford to be without electricity in 5 minutes. So when you are talking that you are attracting, people are coming to do investment, there are some basic groundwork that we need to do. Yes, we may not have the money to fix electricity issue. Are we ready to even open up the space so that we can have genuine people participate? So that at least once and for all, we can conquer that problem. That's within what government can do immediately. We're talking about a tax reform. That we're going back and forth with the National Assembly. Governors are protesting. All manners of stakeholders are not getting along. That you will say, okay, this will enhance the ease of doing business here.
You just took the words out of my mouth. So I wanted us to look at Nigeria's position in the ease of doing business.
So these are the things that are within our control. So we leave the ones that are outside the control of outside our control and focus on the things that are within our control. Now, what are the things that are within our control? Are the laws and the policies that we can put in place, which of course we can showcase to the world to say, well, this is where we are. If you come to do business here, this is what you get. And this is a promise that you see, for example, Donald Trump is making. See, if you produce your goods in America, we give you a tax holiday that you cannot find anywhere else in the world. But if you refuse not to do the business here, you want to bring it, we put your tariff up so that I can't enter into this environment. Now that's a kind of economic diplomacy. So this is the kind of thing that I feel that government should do. What I'm saying is that those who speak on behalf of government, they must do well to read the mood of the people out there and not sound defensive, but enable people to connect with government and understand that there are a lot of challenges that are making some things not working, rather than create hope for people, which of course tomorrow when it's not realizable, they further destroy in government continue. That's my argument.
All right, before we move on to the next issue, on the ranking of countries on the ease of doing business index, Nigeria ranks low. So the report that the policies and regulations in Nigeria are less favorable than those in the top 20 countries in the world. So if the minister is talking about breaking the bottlenecks to make it easy for these pledges to materialize, then we should be looking at ease of doing business. How easy is it for investors to come in, do business, and also have their funds back? What are our bilateral agreements with even countries that want to have trade with us? These are issues that we should be considering. We should be looking at and tidy up before building hope, building anticipation in the minds of Nigerians. Now, I agree that there is a need for reporting, but that reporting should be based on substance and not just some hope that we can say, well, maybe it's on the air, is in the air rather, but something that we can actually feel, look around and say, okay, in this sector, we're expecting this amount of investment for this purpose. This is what it's supposed to achieve. That shows strategy.
Yeah, but you say again here, it's ministerial briefing. It's ministerial briefing. As Minister of Trade, what do I expect to hear from her? It's simple. We are trading more now. We are exporting more than we are importing.
Okay.
And our trade with SYC countries is getting better. We are leveraging opportunities here and we are opening door. And this is the value that is coming to us via export. We have cut SYZ amount of money from import from where we came in. And I think that is a credible information that actually be on the public space and people can relate and connect with it.
I think she referenced some of these things you pointed out.
Not in detail.
Because there's a specific area she referenced that myself, I had big questions concerning, and that is the area about digital currency and digital trading and opening up a platform of payment among African countries, for which I was saying that, okay, if you are opening up that, if you are talking about that space, the government had banned cryptocurrency. So what are we looking at? Are we bringing that back?
No, CBN has already opened that door.
It's not completely banned, but people need to be aware of this.
And the regulatory who are into crypto are aware of that.
Yes, the regulatory wherewithal and muscle of the government via blockchain and the expertise, including the equipment that is required for them to carry out regulatory activities efficiently in the sector, should be guaranteed, so that the fear for which it was banned before does not come back to revisit.
Let's not get deep into that. That's an issue for the CBN to handle, and I think that the CBN is going at its pace in regulating the crypto currency trade in Nigeria. But moving on, Nigeria and 9 other countries in Africa have been said to hold 69% of the continent's debt, according to Afreximbank. And Nigeria is one of the 10 African countries that collectively hold 69% of the continent's total external debt, according to a report released by Afreximbank, like I mentioned earlier. So the report was released in February, entitled African Debt Outlook, a Ray of Optimism, highlighting the challenges and opportunities facing African nations in managing their debt. Now, we've been talking about how highly indebted African countries are, particularly to multilateral institutions and other countries, capital markets, and other places that they are able to secure loans from. This is a concern. If Nigeria is one of the top 10 countries in Africa that holds 69% of the continent's debt, it's a lot. But for Nigeria, there's been the argument that Nigeria is very much creditworthy, and every country borrows. So if Nigeria is still being able to borrow, that means the lenders see Nigeria as creditworthy. We should not really be bothered about borrowing, or maybe more concerned about what we're using the borrowings for.
Yeah, but I think what the international donors or credit agencies do is actually to look at what you owe vis-a-vis your GDP, And if your debt to GDP ratio is low or get to a certain threshold that you are not able to borrow, and then of course they will not give you so much of money. And before this regime came in, we actually almost crossed that threshold. Yet though our debt to GDP ratio was very low and standing less than 25%, but our revenue to debt ratio was a huge problem, which was hitting 92%. And that was really troubling and worrisome. In other words, we were spending almost everything we have, we were earning to service debt. And I thank goodness that the reforms and some of the policy initiative of the current regime had gone a long way to reversing that trend. And I remember the last time the president was presenting the budget, and he said, of course, we have been able to move from 98% to 68%, which is commendable. But you see, Okoje and Weala during the Jonathan regime actually had worried about the things that we were borrowing for. That we were, as the Minister of Finance, she was worried because we were borrowing to fund overhead. And without a promise of even able to pay back. Because those borrowing were not invested in productive engagement that we are able to recoup whatever we borrow. But we are hoping that and trusting that God will help us, that someday we will find some slush money somewhere and we are able to pay.
Manna will drop from heaven.
Yeah, manna has stopped falling because the children of Israel have settled down in a permanent land. So this is the challenge that I think we have to really deal with as a country. What are we borrowing for? Yes, we need infrastructure. I remember when, of course, before the project Souq took place in United Arab Emirates, one of the questions that the Sheikh asked his people was simple. If we want to build more road, how do we get more money? What are the options available? So everybody had to put on the table options available. We would say, oh, we can take loan. And they said, I don't want loan. Because we have borrowed to our neck. No more borrowing. Or someone say, okay, except that there's grant, everybody is in debt. Nobody will give you grant. What option is available? They say, oh, private public partnership. He said, well, a lot of people will exploit us because we wouldn't have advantage. And now asking, what other options? And it got to that threshold where they had to agree that they have to monetize what they have. And they started the project Clean Road. That project Clean Road is giving UAE over $1 billion annually, just from e-tax.
So we should be very, very innovative or creative, rather, with what we borrow for. Dr. Dosa was speaking about the reforms of government that are currently yielding results and has been able to help improve the revenue to debt ratio of Nigeria. One of those reforms was the removal of subsidy. But recently, the NNPCL was saying that the government still owes it exchange rate differential. And there have been reports from several quarters that subsidy is being reintroduced in some measure. Do you fear that perhaps some of these reforms are not as complete as they seem to be?
Well, I wouldn't say it is complete at the moment. So the thing is this: when we left the regime of subsidy, we were owing, weren't we? We were owing. So I don't think probably the government is done paying all that. And that needs to be funded. Well, I would not go with the analysis that the government is still funding subsidy, except probably maybe the government itself come out to tell us that we are still funding.
No, but that was just obvious. Just to set the record straight, it was obvious that we were funding. And this is again because this is why I'm talking about deficit in terms of trust. NNPC found it very hard to tell Nigerians when Mr. President has announced on his inauguration that he was not going to spend one additional naira on subsidy. And then, of course, we understood what the exchange rate was. We understood what the pump price, what the cost of crude was in the market at that time. And if market forces were to determine the price of petrol at the pump, then the volatility in the market should have been experienced. But maybe because they didn't want to paint government in bad light, we started to manage those volatility. And what do you have to do? You remember there was a time that they say NNPC was owing so much in terms of importation because they were not pricing. You can't say market forces are determining the cost of your price and you are not putting the input of your prices into it.
Okay, then Doc, how do we have the problem where we said we have taken out subsidy and it doesn't look from the dictates of market forces, it doesn't look like we have done that, and it's like we are still secretly sponsoring it?
Yeah,
that's why I'm asking this question, that we are still secretly sponsoring it, and at the same time the monies that state governors are receiving now grows up exponentially. How do we have that lopsidedness?
But because you are receiving tax, and of course you see the contribution
that we
of tax.
still used to receive tax during the subsidy administration.
The taxes are there. Government have freed up a lot of things, and money is coming in. Actually, there's no doubt about that. But the problem was that management of the foreign exchange volatility between May 2023 and September last year, 2024, was a big issue with NNPC. Because the opacity of the NNPC does not allow us to be able to see what's happening out right there. Now, why did he have to stop in
September 2024?
Because the Dangote refinery came on stream in October last year. And between October last year, we can see the true hand of the market determining what the price is. And I think really the National Assembly should look at the books of the NNPC for that 7.7 trillion naira
that they claim the federal government
which
owes.
Of course government is owing them for the exchange rate differential. We should look at it because that is somebody else's error and not Mr. President's error. You President come to tell you that look, I don't want any subsidy because there's no budget for it. So you would have been able to advise Mr. President and say, look, this is what is the implication of this. Now, price of crude is going up, it will affect pump price. Look at it, it took Dangote to put petrol to 860. Just yesterday, NNPC has announced that their own price is coming down. So what has changed really?
Okay, I think that a lot of things are shrouded in secrecy or not brought fully to light. Now, the information that there is subsidy at some level was not available to Nigerians, even when there were speculations that because price had remained steady for quite a while, when there were expectations that because the sector had been deregulated, then we should expect that there will be the fluctuation as we're seeing now in prices. There were deniers about subsidy at any level until it became a matter of the NNPCS saying the government owes us this amount of money for the exchange rate differential. So who's to pay? It's still the government that will pay, and that's still subsidy whether we like it or not. Now, it's a bygone issue because it's from 2023 to 2024, but the obvious fact is that within that period there was still some subsidy. Now, that's government not giving full truth of his activities. Coming to the NNPCL, I don't understand how the NNPCL for a very long time have been able to handle reporting in a way that it is never clear exactly what the transactions of the NNPCL is. I like to make comparison with Saudi Aramco, which is Saudi Arabia's state-owned oil company. It is very transparent what happens in Saudi Aramco. When they declare, you know how much profit they make. There was a time in 2018 or 2019, Saudi Aramco crossed the $2 billion mark in profit. It was clear. But as of that time, NNPCL was even having loss. And this was also the state-owned oil company. So how it is being permitted that time after time, Nigerians do not exactly know what goes on with NNPCL. The books are never clear. Even when they go to the National Assembly, it is never stated clearly, this is how much the NNPCL is making. Now, if investigations are done about that over that 7 trillion naira, your guess is as good as mine that we'll see that perhaps it is not up to that. Because like Dr. Rees, so how come that since Dangote started reducing price, increasing price based on what crude oil sells for at the international market, NNPCL started doing the same? Now, are they saying now that the government is still making up for the differential?
No. Last month, January, so remittance to FAC, 240
so how come there is profit now when we have a very high exchange rate, and there was no profit at the time when exchange rate was not as high as this? So it shows that more needs to be done in terms of how agencies of government are run.
We're paying subsidy. In 2018 that you referenced Saudi Aramco company, is because Nigerian government was paying big trillions of naira in the subsidy, in subsidizing the premium motor spirit.
No, we're talking about Saudi Aramco declaring profit,
yes,
and then NPCL suffering loss. Even up to now, what is the profit that NNPCL is making?
After paying subsidy during that specific period, they are not going to make gains. Of course, they are going to make loss.
You see,
the comparison here is not based on subsidies, based on the transparency in what is happening in Saudi Aramco and what is happening in NNPCL.
The current president said the NNPC was the ATM of the ruling class. And for years, that agency is not audited. So the operation is shrouded in secrecy. And I think what is happening is that Mr. President is turning the satellite into that place. And I know it will take a lot of time for us to see what has been happening in that sector. And I hope sooner than later,
Doc,
we can be seeing trillions.
Let's get back to the issue of debt.
Yes.
Now, how do we so you can address it at once. How do we resolve this issue of high debt level? 10 countries owing 69% of the continent debt. That's huge for these countries.
Yes.
The repayment plan, African countries have been asking for debt relief, but it doesn't look like that's forthcoming.
Yes, okay. So before I start doing that, let me quickly just reference something which when Doc starts is going to talk about that. This administration is coming from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua. I'm not certain about Goodluck Jonathan, but probably maybe himself also, then to Buhari, and now to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They were all acting in the capacity as ministers of petroleum resources. So if we begin to talk about the NNPC lack of transparency in its dealings and its businesses, the chief executive arm of government is very, very complicit.
We understand that.
Great.
We agree.
So
100%. That was why President Tinubu said it was the ATM of the ruling elite.
Okay. So the executive arm of government cannot be absolved from that issue. So now let's come to the debt crisis issue. The thing is, when we borrow, we do not tie our borrowings to any project. Doc said earlier on that we were borrowing, that Okonjo-Iweala was accusing the government that we were borrowing to fund overhead, not for capital projects. not for capital projects to build infrastructure or roads or manufacturing and industrialized hubs so that we can have roads tied to these places to boost economic activities. No, most of them, when you look at them, you see that we borrow to fund things that will make us accumulate more liabilities. And where do you think we will head? I am not surprised we're at this particular stage, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel, though.
Yeah, but you see, that is the point that everybody seems making. Where there's no vision, energy is wasted, and that's the biblical truth. When you have a direction where you're going, you're able to actually walk your way toward that direction. And I think this is what we have not had for a very long time. And it is first time that government is sitting down to actually plan its actions. I said it even before the election, and I said it's good for Nigeria because at least for the first time you have a politician win election in Nigeria. At least the first politician to be a president in Nigeria who is able to manage all the contradictions and able to see how we can actually head toward some measure of prosperity. And I think that's what we are seeing in the balancing act that is taking place right now. Although a lot of people, of course, within the ruling class are actually fighting back hugely. And that's why I can see these storms gathering everywhere because business is not as usual. So, but the beauty in all this for me is that it is good to see that 69% of all the external debt in Africa is domiciled in Nigeria. And yet, we can even point to say, okay, things are fine. There are no roads. Our airport infrastructures are bad. We have not even been able to count ourselves in terms of identification. And there is really that you can be thinking that why are we owing this much? And there is so little on the ground to show. And I think these are the things that that government must stop borrowing and start to look inward. Because there are things that we can do immediately that can actually earn us some resource. I believe in the principle of effectuation. You start where you are. And be honest enough to let people know where you are. And then, of course, giving them promise that this is where we are today. Now, if we do XYZ in 10 years, in 15 years, this is where we will be. And then people can hold you trustworthy. Not over-promising, then under-delivering.
And I think that the policy which the president have been advocating that for every governor, for every president, even local government chairman, and I think it should be a thing around Africa that every leader that borrows, whatever debts that your administration incurs, your administration should pay. So that people are not borrowing recklessly because they would leave the debt for the incoming administration to begin to figure out how to service and how to pay. When that is done, whoever is borrowing will think twice, would ensure that what they're borrowing for is worth it, and there's a repayment plan so that the continent is not burdened with debt, and that becomes something that draws the continent back and hinders development. There's so much of reckless borrowing that's happened in Africa.
I remember 6 billion for a Greek project, and when it was queried at election, and the person said, well, the loan failed.
And that's an ambiguous statement.
It was borrowed to plant rice, and at the end of the year, nobody saw a bag of rice, and they said it failed.
And then you get to hear incoming administration saying, we inherited these amount of debts. That should not be encouraged. It depends on, it falls on the people to demand accountability. Instruments of government, the National Assembly that are approving some of these loans. When we're approving, do we question? Do we really question?
Blessing, we don't. If we do, they will
say
you are practicing anti-party politics.
Do we really question what these monies are going for? What is the repayment plan before we just sign and approve that this amount of money should be borrowed from the World Bank, borrowed from IMF, borrowed from China and all of that? We should not become a borrow continent.
Yeah, but you see, it's that once people give you paper, is what you are looking at. They tell you, we have done our feasibility study, all the things that we need to do. That was the thing I was making yesterday, that even if you give 2 months to say, okay, be on the site, some people will still find a way to beat it because they go and borrow equipment and put on the site. The day you pay them, they remove the equipment. We see that even in NUC visitations for accreditations, where university borrow lecturers borrow equipment, and after NUC had gone, they remove them and they go back. All these things are happening in the space, and we cannot be blind to them. So this mislead the authorities who are supposed to scrutinize, because you are not going to be scrutinizing intention or motive. You are going to scrutinize what is on the paper, and if what is on the paper is right, what do? You approve. Now, it's not left for the person who brought the paper to say, okay, this was what was borrowed, I'm using it for the same purpose.
There is still room for investigation and due diligence. We can do a lot more than just looking at paper and appending signatures to it. Let's go on a quick break. When we return, it will be time for us to have policy discussed. Stay tuned.
And non-proliferation have been vital in maintaining global peace and security. The easy availability of weapons, from nuclear bombs to small firearms, fuels conflict, endangers civilians, and slows down development. To address these concerns, March 5 is observed annually as the International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness, promoting education, dialogue, and global cooperation to reduce the risks posed by weapons and war. Since the establishment in 1945, the United Nations has prioritized disarmament to prevent wars and promote stability. However, major challenges persist. Despite international nuclear weapons increasing the risk of conflict, the illegal arms trade fuels violence, terrorism, and crime, particularly in the war-torn regions. The use of explosive weapons in populated areas leads to devastating civilian casualties and humanitarian crises. Meanwhile, the rise of autonomous weapons and AI in warfare presents new, urgent risks. Recognizing these threats, the United Nations General Assembly designated March 5 as a day to raise awareness and inspire action towards global disarmament. The theme for the 2025 observance, Fostering Global Collaboration for a Safer Future, emphasizes the need for countries to unite in controlling arms and preventing conflict. Strengthening arms control laws, promoting disarmament education, and advancing diplomatic efforts are crucial steps towards a safer world. To mark this day, governments, international organizations, and advocacy groups will organize various activities, including educational workshops in schools and universities to discuss the impact of weapons and the importance of peace, expert panels and policy discussions to explore strategies for global arms control, awareness campaigns on social media, and through community outreach programs to highlight the dangers of excessive weaponry, and exhibitions and documentaries in museums and institutions showcasing the history and impact of war and disarmament efforts. The International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness serves as a powerful reminder that reducing weapon stockpiles is key to lasting peace. By prioritizing education, policy reform, and international cooperation, nations can move toward a future where security is achieved through dialogue, not military force. As the world observed the International Day for Disarmament in 2025, the call for unity grows louder, urging countries and individuals alike to play their part in building a safer, more peaceful world.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 4.
Maybe ask Patrick to help them. I don't know if he's anything.
It's about knowing what to play, why you're playing it.
Yeah. There should be a reason for everything.
Yes, this is time for us to talk about policies across the globe, and today is International Disarmament Day. I've heard of that before. Well, if you talk about arms and why people should not have arms, then you have disarmament. It's about the abolishment of the use of weapons by countries. We live in a time and age when it becomes pride for nations to acquire different weapons. You see nations priding themselves on having nuclear weapons, and how much of money goes into the defense ministries of each country. There are lots of money budgeted yearly by different countries for the defense ministry, and a lot of them goes into ammunition because every country wants to feel safe with the type of weapons that they have. But is that the only way to resolve conflict? Does arms or arms piling actually resolve conflict? Let's look at that today as we have a guest who will be speaking with us on the International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness. And we have Temitope Olodo, who is the Preventive Terrorism Expert and CEO of TRAS Intelligence and Security Solutions Limited. He joins virtually from the UK. Good morning. Thank you for joining the Front Burners.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Now, it's International Day of the International Disarmament Day. I've talked about how it's become a trend for nations to acquire weapons and even to pride themselves with the type of ammunition that they have. But when we're talking about disarmament, conflict resolution, and terrorism prevention, how do we even begin?
It's sad that we are where we are. Unfortunately, we are talking of an industry where, as of 2023, there are 12.4 trillion spent on military equipment, and as we speak, there are 12,400 nuclear heads around the world. So even though Africa is nuclear weapon free, because the only country that seemed to have it before, which was South Africa, has actually rolled it back. We still have problems because in Africa we still have uranium, which is about 20%. We have countries like Niger, and other countries that have have political instability with mining going on and things like that. But of course, we are all witness to what happened in the last few days in the Oval Office, where Donald Trump, as usual, was talking about there's going to be a third world war if you don't surrender, and European countries are saying, no, we're going to spend more money. So the UK Prime Minister, the country where I am presently, has vowed to spend 3% of the GDP or our money, on weapons. Even people are saying we should go for military bonds so that we could raise a lot of money for weapons. So, in the contrast, while we're talking about peaceful living, there are countries now in Europe that are now arming themselves to the teeth, in anticipation of a crisis that we don't know if it exists or it's in their mind or whether it's real. Some people will tell you Russia is a real threat to world peace. Other people will disagree. People like Donald Trump will disagree. But at least let's look at it from an African perspective. It's a serious challenge for us because as these, superpowers fight among themselves, as they argue among themselves, is the grass that will suffer. It's Africa that will suffer. We need nuclear, energy, for electricity and other things like that. But we know that even Kenya, that was thinking of that, has been facing crisis protest on the matter. So there is a lot that needs to be chewed, but we need to look at how nuclear could be used positively rather than negatively. And we are in a very, very precarious time in the world.
It's good to have you on the show this morning. But don't it sound contradictory where you have the big powers who are actually at the forefront of the proliferation of arms, also advocating for disarmament?
It's interesting that you raised that question, because we all know that Israel have always denied that they had nuclear weapons. And yet, now the purpose of today is to try and roll back on, owning nuclear weapons. But even in the House of Parliament, when they were talking about it, you could see that while the whole party were, both the Conservative and Labour Party were saying we're speaking with one voice with regard to Ukraine and we're going to raise our fund, they were actually accusing the Scottish party for talking about, rolling back on nuclear weapons. So the issue here, unfortunately, that in Africa, we have 44 countries that have already signed off, to making the continuation of Africa being a nuclear-free, continent. But, we must not kid ourselves. Weapon is still being used. We saw what happened in Gaza. We saw, it's not just about that, nuclear weapon alone. It's about weapon, free flow of weapon. And we know how free flow of weapon, even from Libya, has entered into Nigeria and causing mayhem on our streets, and our government cannot control it, or they don't have the capacity, to work in the speed of light as other nations around the world are, because whether we like it or not, crime is increasing. Nobody's talking about armed robbery anymore. People are talking about kidnapping. People are talking about terrorism. Our trains are not safe. Our roads, you can't travel at night as I used to travel, during my school days. So there's a lot of issues, and we need to find a way to reduce the flow of weapons in our continent, on our street, so that we could all, go to bed with our two eyes closed.
First of all, I only have a problem when Nigeria has weapons, but the weapons or proliferation of weapons is in the hands of non-state actors. That is only when I believe it is dangerous for us as a country. But if a country like the United States of America, Russia, Ukraine, and some other small Eastern European countries are talking about warheads and they have weapons to an extent, somehow the citizens feel a little bit safer that, look, if push comes to shove, nobody wants war, but if push comes to shove, I want to trust in the ability of my country to defend me as a young man. Or if by any way the young person is conscripted into the army because the country is at war, they want to believe in the military power of that country to be able to defend itself. Do you see that as a situation of Nigeria?
Thank you so much for asking this question. For people like me, that lived abroad for quite a long time, still a Nigerian citizen, of course. The Nigerian situation is laughable. Nigeria need to review its security strategy completely. We have more than 7 or 8 different weaponry. We don't have a consistent strategy. We have Polish weapons, we have Israelis weapons, we have Russia weapons, we have British weapons, we have American weapons. We don't have one consistent, type of weaponry. So our people need to learn and learn and learn and learn. We're not like the Israelites that take the weapon and amend it, adjust it to suit their situation. I want us to spend more money on weaponry, but the issue is when we have money allocated to weaponry, the money is going into other people's pockets. We need to review the way, if we really want to spend money on weapons, I don't have problem Nigeria spending money on weapons, but we need to change our approach. Even the recruitment strategy is completely laughable. If you look at some of the recruitment, they are recruiting for, what do you call it, chaplain, recruiting for cook, instead of recruiting for people that can fly drones. Look at our youth, intelligent officers. How many times have you seen them recruiting for intelligent officers? They take it from among their own people. But yet, we have a lot of Nigeria. We have the population of youth that could actually go into the military to do good, that could work in the technological side, that could work in the AI aspect of it. They're not recruiting for that. So if Nigeria intends to spend money on weaponry, which I am totally in support of, I want transparency with regard to what we're spending our money on. Because for me, personally, looking at what has happened over the few years with the Souq issue, I don't trust the military establishment completely to be able to spend the money where they want to spend the money. And if they intend to spend the money, just like the UK saying we want to spend the money, you could hear them. They were applauding the fact that, we are going to spend money in Belfast to get weapons for Ukraine. It's not just about saying we want this amount of money. We don't see anything in Ibadan, in Lagos, in Maduguri. I want to see youth recruited. I want them to say we are building military hospitals, we are doing this, and I want to see it on the ground. Yeah, that's what I want to see. If we want to, improve our military, I have no problem with that. But let's do it and let people benefit from it. Let the business, local business, benefit from it. But in Nigeria, it's a different case. When they say they want money like that, believe you me, some people are smiling to the bank, and that is not what we want when it comes to having weapons. We need weapons to protect ourselves, and we could use weapons in a positive way. Nothing wrong with that. But what we don't want is weapon that is used to target other countries or to target civilians, and we don't want that.
How does weapons even get into the hands of non-state actors? Now, the weapons and ammunition industry is one that is very big and worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And if we're looking at warheads, as of March 2024 alone, it was said that the states with nuclear weapons together possess about 12,100 warheads. And we'll also look at the theories that have been postulated from different quarters about weapons manufacturing countries or companies in those countries having the ability to influence geopolitical tensions in areas necessitating the acquisition of these ammunitions. Now, let's even take Nigeria, for instance. There have been several reports of how Nigerian customs have intercepted weapons that were designated for different areas in Nigeria. What do we say to that? If we're talking about peace and peaceful conflict resolution, should we not also look at the weapon manufacturing industry? What is their role in this?
You raise a very important question, because you need to understand that when if you witnessed or if you listen to what happened in the Oval Office, you could understand exactly where the challenge is with today's awareness issue. Because Donald Trump is concerned that America is spending a lot of money on Ukraine and they're not getting enough back. And as a result, he wanted rare elements from the ground as surety for the amount of money that they have given to Ukraine. So you could see that we're talking about business. Some of these countries, that is what they trade in. And we know that even Europe just stopped paying back the loan that the Americans, gave to them, or the weapons that America actually used, in the Second World War. So this is business. Let's not kid ourselves about it. Unfortunately, Nigeria was, within the region and within the continent, was a leading country in the production of some form of arms. But unfortunately, we have very blessed leaders, and unfortunately, that place was turned into something else. The warehouses that were meant to be developing those weapons are turned into something else. And unfortunately, it wasn't used effectively. We could have been making a lot of money exporting weapons. But let's be clear, there are conflict entrepreneurs out there. They are making a lot of money, from arms, flow of arms, and that is why even the conflict in the northeast and northwest, as we speak, cannot reduce. There was one time that it was alleged that even our President Buhari, could not travel to Daura because some of the kidnappers or armed guys in those particular region of Mina and Niger State had an anti-craft kind of weapon that could shoot down a plane, and somebody have to go and buy it back from them. That is disgraceful. We are in a country where the entourage of the president that was meant to go ahead of him was ambushed and people died, and that investigation has been buried. We don't know the outcome. We don't know if those people have been arrested in a country where there is leadership. So when we're talking about weapons are flowing into Nigeria from left, right, and center because we have porous border. But the issue is, what have we done internally to address those issues? What kind of initiative have we done to mop up those equipment, those things? And you rightly said that the customs were intercepting weapons, but we've never heard of them allowing weapons to go to where it was supposed to go to before, arresting all the people there. But yet, those weapons were brought in from Turkey and all the other countries, as they mentioned, and they could not trace it. They don't know who brought it in. They don't know anything. They just say, we stop the weapons. We don't know what they've done with the weapons. So we have a bigger challenge in Nigeria. I am happy, and I know my colleagues in the studio are happy for us to have positive military spending, which will protect life and property of Nigeria in line with the Nigeria Constitution. But what we don't want is weapons in the wrong hands with ungoverned areas. Nigerians can go to bed with their two eyes closed, where they have armed individuals or non-government attacking areas, and it takes policemen or military a long time to go there after the incident has happened and everybody have been killed before they go there with their cars and everything. So we need to have a change in our approach, and we need to open up the books. We need to know exactly how our money is being spent. Let's have a proper conversation, mature conversation about weaponry in Nigeria and how we need to equip our military as other countries around the world are doing. And let's ensure that we have a standardized approach to weaponry, not that we have Polish today, we have Afghanistan tomorrow. We need weapons that we ourselves can amend and adjust to suit our local situations.
Very much. In my elementary class in international relations, during the race, it was argued that nations needed to pursue this road so that we can get to a place they call mutual assured destruction, which was a form of deterrence to engender global peace. What's your take? Is there a room for disarmament and deterrence in global security?
There's no doubt about it. There are countries that have moved away completely from nuclear, nuclear weapon and equipment, storing or storing equipment, and they are living peacefully. However, with the issue in Ukraine and the problem with the north border of of Russia. And some countries, see, the challenge we have is that some countries are prolonging conflict in order to make money for themselves. So they're being selfish. Their military spending and military industry is a form of GDP for them, whether we like it or not. There are people that are making money, countries that are making money, and I would not want to expand on that. And we can see them on our television in the last few days. We saw what is happening. So we know some people are making money out of it. They're building their industry. So the question we need to look at is, what kind of weapons don't we need? Proper nuclear warheads, the 12,400 plus, we need to de-escalate on that. It is good news that the Russia and the Americans are in good terms. So at least maybe that will help us, prevent us from the Third World War that many people are dreading. But there is conversation as we are speaking right now in the Western countries that even, and this is not me saying it, that they believe that Trump is already in the pocket of Russia and that he might even be a Russia spy. That is the narrative out there, and a lot of discussions and a lot of looking back into his history of going into Russia and all those things. I'm not getting involved in those controversies, but what I'm saying is we need peace in the world, and Africa needs positive nuclear energy, to power our light, so that many of us that are stuck in this cold in the Western world will come back home and invest. I know that if we have hostile electricity in Africa, and particularly in Nigeria, there's a lot of good things that will come out of it for Nigerians. People can go to bed, with AC and other things, and even use the electricity, for good things. Why they are preventing us to be able to do that and telling us we should not do it in the same country? So they are double-sided. We're not talking about clean coal, but yet we know that they were telling us in Africa not to use coal that were polluting the world, and yet they are not ready to invest into Africa or give us money to stop when they are polluting the world. They are now asking us to stop polluting the world. So, of course, we need to work together to make the world a safer global place for every one of us, for our children yet unborn, but yet we still need a bit of weapon to protect us. What those weapons is what is open for discussion.
Sorry, just right there. Also looking at it, the strategic arm limitation talk 1 and 2 all came. The whole idea was, how do we ensure that nations that are not mature don't have access to weapons? And it was only the big boys that could actually own nuclear warheads, and because they may not have the maturity to use it. But we're also seeing nations evolve. How do we actually deal with this kind of form of imperialism in the United Nations that is speaking about disarmament?
The United Nations is another piece of work, because I remember studying that in my political science days. And when you look at the politics that goes on in that place, sometimes you are driven to tears, because there's a lot of good things that should be coming out of that place, but that is not. Look at what happened in Cairo yesterday. We are all students of politics. We could see what is happening. We'll hear what Donald Trump is saying about Gaza and turning that place into a paradise, and those kind of things. We know that the kind of weapons that were used in Gaza, for example, it's going to take a lot of money to be able to get those ones that have not even exploded. And my organization, Intelligence and Security Solution Limited, with over 300 years of experience, we have individuals who are involved in nuclear disarmament and things like that. We have them, and we've been talking about a lot about the things that we need to do, and how the United Nations need to improve. And I will encourage your viewers to visit our website and see a lot of ebooks that we have there that talks about very practical things when it comes to security. But with regard to the United Nations, we will need another program to discuss it because it is a very, very controversial issue that is going on there. I don't know how they're able to bring people together because even recently we are witnesses to even America, vetoing or what's the word that could be used now? Not agreeing with Ukraine, Ukraine on the floor. So there's a lot of conflict going on, and I've been to the European Union and I've seen the way, there's horse trading that goes on behind the scene before people even come on stage. So I think Nigeria needs to play a very, very important role with the other African countries to ensure that this issue of non-proliferation of weapons is addressed. We need to be a global leader, just like we could see what is happening in the UK, where the Prime Minister has come out, to be the person in between, Ukraine, Europe on one side, and America on one side to try and find peace, in that particular region. I will hope that our president is watching and seeing what is happening, and let us become a leader within Africa, not just West Africa, where even almost everybody is trying to make ECOWAS where we are, but let us work more on peace across Africa. Let's silence the gun, which is a very, very important thing that we need. Let us reduce the ungoverned space within our country, and let us go to United Nations and work with other nations there to ensure that weapons proliferation is an issue of conversation, not just for today, but every day, and that our people can go to bed knowing that there's no nuclear warhead that is going to affect Africa when they start trade. But I think we need to work more with those people that have weapons and get them to de-escalate. But you could see even in the United Kingdom, they are not ready to leave their nuclear heads, and they're already attacking the Scottish party for even suggesting it and saying you are the ones with saying that we should not have this weapon, but this is what we need against Russia. It's like the fear of Russia is what they are using, to arm up citizens to agree to, more money for military spending. And there are a lot of British people like myself that said we are willing to pay more, in taxes if it means that it will keep us safe and keep our children safe. So there is a paradox. We really need to look at it, but it's not a one-day debate. It's a conversation that we need to have another day to really go into the nitty-gritty, to look at issues and see how we could strategically address it.
Let me bring you back home again. Now, if Doc talked about the mutual, the MAD, mutual assured destruction. I think there is this argument from a think tank that the reason why Africa doesn't have warhead and why the less African countries are going into nuclear energy is because the West is trying to put them down so they don't get into that place where in terms of weapon they can stand head to head with any country in the West. I'll need you to demystify that. Now, whenever we talk about nuclear energy, Nigerians always express fear that we do not have the capacity to manage that, to maintain that, and it may go offhand, and if it goes offhand, it's going to bring forth a destruction into Nigeria that we may never recover from. I need you to address that when you start answering my question. And also, for like 3 administration or 3 years now, or if not more, we've seen that the Nigerian military defense has been going home with the larger chunk of the budget. And the military has been using the de-radicalization, reintegration, and of terrorists and criminals back into the system as an olive branch or as a carrot mechanism to bring back those criminals into the system. But it doesn't seem to be working as efficient and effectively as we want. What strategy has your organization adopted to disarm and to bring less proliferation of small arms in the governed space, and how Nigeria can adopt these strategies in our own to recoup back these instruments back from the hands of the people who are carrying out anti-government stance against the government of our country?
Thank you so much. And I'm going to start from the last question. I think it's important to highlight, when people have done good things, we should of course, confirm it. When the Niger Delta issue happened and there were loads of weapons, we went out there to try and get the weapon, but that means the Nigerian government. And they did a lot of good work, and we must applaud them for that. So when it comes to getting back weapons, the intervention that was introduced in the Niger Delta area worked. Now, with regard to de-radicalization, I was privileged to have worked in what is called the Office for Security and Counterterrorism, OSCT, the only Nigerian that actually work in that prevent aspect. And I was talking about de-radicalization even before the word become a household word in Nigeria. So I know about the prevent strategy and those kind of initiatives. But unfortunately, the approach adopted by the Nigerian government in dealing with this, or the military, is completely alien to people like myself that are an authority in this field. Because what we have is the military for the military by the military on the community and everything, because is the military that are identifying people that need to be de-radicalized, is the military that are saying that they need to be de-radicalized, is the military that is doing the de-radicalization, is the military that is taking those people they believe have been de-radicalized and pushing them back into the community. I have no knowledge of any community group that is involved in de-radicalization. Simple and short. They said that state government are going to be giving individuals that have been de-radicalized, meaning they have been deconstructed to become effective member of the community. But up to date, since about 10 years of this conflict, we have not seen any of those de-radicalized individuals, playing a very important role in adding to our GDP. Instead, what we're hearing are people that are returning back, to Boko Haram or to those kind of group, SWIPE, and taking weapons because they've been added to the military. How far it is, how true it is, I don't know. We need to have a different approach. Personally, I believe that it's ridiculous for anybody to say, 60,000 people came out and were de-radicalizing all of them. It's a ridiculous approach. I don't believe that at all. And we need to open the book. We've been asking them to open the book on de-radicalization because I believe it's just one way of siphoning money. As we speak right now, people that are watching me right now should just put de-radicalization budget, UK de-radicalization budget, America de-radicalization budget, and you will see it online. How many people they de-radicalize, how much they are spending. In Nigeria, everything is secret. And it is secret because transparency means that if they are transparent, we will see holes in the money they are spending. So in the first place, I believe that the de-radicalization approach is a good one, but only people that have not committed an offense need to be de-radicalized. There are two approaches to it. If you have committed an offense, if you've killed somebody, you've carried arms against your country, if you're a minor, there's a different approach that is adopted. But if you are not a minor, old enough to know the difference between good and bad, and you carry weapons against your nation, you should go to prison. And while you are in prison, you should be de-radicalized, trained, to be given opportunity to be able to get a good job when you finish your sentence. That is proper de-radicalization. When somebody stands up in a school environment, when they are in school and say, I love Boko Haram, I want to become a killer, those kind of individuals need to be helped. Is it a religious concern? Is it a psychological concern? Is it family pressure? Is it peer group pressure? Then they need to be helped. But more importantly, what we are not doing in Nigeria that we need to do is to identify how many people actually are with this terrorist group. How can we reduce the number of people they are recruiting on a daily basis? So we need to have a strategy to demarket those terrorist groups. But I've not seen any so far. I've not seen your channel being approached to say, develop a package for us so that on your program you'll be saying, don't join terrorist group, don't align yourself with people that are haters of Nigeria. Nothing like that. So if they are spending that kind of budget and they're saying, okay, you take your own radio station, take your own, the newspaper station, take your own, and they are trying to tell Nigerians in the language they understand that they should not join this terrorist group, they should be good citizens, they should love their country, then they are spending the money positively. But we are not seeing any newspaper, any advert of any kind, and yet they say they are spending billions. So let's pack that aside. Now, with regard to, I think it's unfair for Western countries to say that countries like Nigeria should not have pure nuclear energy, that it wants to be used positively. We know what they are doing to Iran at the moment, and I'm no supporter of Iran, so let's be clear about it. Iran have exhibited that they are a hostile country, within the region where they are, and allowing Iran to have nuclear weapon would mean that countries like Saudi Arabia and the others might also want to go down that route. And we don't need those kind of extreme countries, like North Korea, to have nuclear weapons, because they become a threat to all of us. But of course, who is America and who is the British to be telling us in Nigeria that we cannot use nuclear weapons, they cannot trust us with nuclear weapons? It is an unfair conversation. It should not be happening. The same way they are telling us that we should not be using coal. But now, America has come back now to say we are going to have clean coal, as they call it, clean coal. But I've not heard the British attacking them to say, no, we're going to withdraw money from you, or you're a very, very bad country, we don't want to engage with you. Instead, they're saying we have special relationship with America. America is a special friend. So what is good for John is also good for Johnny. So, and my belief is that we should have a neutral ground where countries that need nuclear energy, all we need to do is develop the capacity to handle it. And I know that Nigeria, as much as we fight Nigeria and we say bad things about Nigeria, we must also give credit that Nigeria has the skill set to have nuclear facility that will be stable. Nigeria have the capacity to do it. And we need to really find a solution to our electricity. We know that El Rufai had come out to say all kinds of things about the fact that he had a conversation with the president to work with the president to help with our electricity and make it work. Unfortunately, he did not get that post. Whoever the president has in that place now need to really deal with it. My dad's hometown in Odiomu does not have 24/7 light. So we need, I know a lot of places, a lot of villages in Nigeria that don't have electricity. We need to have a mix of energy, and nuclear energy is one option. And I don't want Nigerians to become a victim of the propaganda out there that Nigeria does not have the capacity to handle nuclear materials or nuclear weapons. I believe we have the capacity. I believe we can do it. As a people, we are a great nation. We are great people. When we say we want to do something, we could do it. We are just blessed with some very, very, too early in the morning to say, blessed leaders that do not put Nigeria first. I don't know of the UK Prime Minister having an account in Nigeria. I don't know of Prince William having a house in Ibadan or anywhere like that. But our leaders are quick to come and have houses in Europe, come and have accounts here, in Europe, but yet they are training countries close to them in Africa. They are not investing within those countries or investing in Nigeria. So that is the problem. We need to have leaders with a different mindset to help Nigeria. And I'm praying, and I know many Nigerians are joining me this morning to pray that our leaders' eyes are opened for them to see the donkey that is stopping them from moving forward into destruction, and for them to start thinking about Nigeria first. If Americans can take American first, I don't see what is wrong with us thinking Nigeria first, so that the 1 million plus Nigerians that are in advert poverty can be lifted out of it and helped to be able to have something in their stomach and to be proud to be called Nigerians, or to call themselves.
Good enough. We're in the season of Lent, and it so happens that while the Muslims are having their fast, the Christians are also having their fast. So there's a lot of fasting ongoing, and heaven is going to receive lots of prayers from Nigeria. But on the other side, people have asked, are we going to make Nigeria and Africa great by prayers alone? Because the West, they also pray, but they don't pray alone. Other continents that we're looking at, they also pray. And you've also talked about the role of the leaders. Let's look at the role of the ruling class in the proliferation of arms. When it gets to election season, we see how arms move from place to place. They get in the hands of thugs, people who are called touts, and they use this to help politicians to secure victories for elections rather. After elections, these arms are not recovered. They are being used by these people at their discretion. And we also have the ungoverned spaces that encourage terrorism and other types of criminalities in the country. What is the role of the ruling class in ensuring that we do not have ungoverned spaces? We have areas where there is strong government presence to reduce these so-called ungoverned spaces within the territory of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much for that question. We only hear of ungoverned spaces after elections have been completed. In Nigeria, we hear about 477 local government when election is happening, but we don't hear of 777 local government after election, and we don't hear of ungoverned spaces, during election. The bottom line is they're only playing politics with us. Those ungoverned spaces will still have polling booths and will still have numbers coming out. And you ask yourself, are these people coming out of Stargate to come and vote and then return back to another dimension? The problem is we have leaders that are not, some of them are not trustworthy. And we need patriotic people now, people like my brothers in the studio there, to studying for election and start making themselves count, not just, because you are intelligent people. I think it is time for intelligent people to come out who love Nigeria to come out and, stand for election, because we need to do it. You have more than 2 million plus people watching you on TV. So you have the numbers already if you want to join politics. But the truth is, Nehemiah 4:19 says that while they pray, we watch, the wars, which means that there is a place for prayer and there's a place for security, which is what is important. So we can't say we are praying, and yet we do not have the security assurance that we need, to protect ourselves. So in this season, when our brothers are doing their Lent and our other brothers are, in the Ramadan season, it is our hope and prayer that as they lift their voice to the one and only that we all believe in, that they also are their brother's keeper. Brother's keeper in the sense that, if they have a little to share with others during this living crisis, they share it. That government takes up its responsibility to ensure that our youth get jobs. There's so many things government could do. Enable the community, ensure that CAC works effectively. Not that they will say the money that you pay for CAC is 25,000, but we all know that the money you will pay is more than 200,000, 100,000, because they've created bottlenecks there. Ensure that things are working. People can register their business. People can, invest in Nigeria and get their money back. That is not like you put your money in the bank and the bank will be telling you can only remove 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira. You are discouraged. to be able to have access to your money. So there's a lot of things that government could do effectively. About security of our people is very important. And I wait for the day when Nigerian government is talking about a security concern, that the president will mention the name of the people. It's not like, oh, I heard that people died there. No, I heard that Kabiru so in this place died. Where we commiserate with the family. Mention their name. They are human beings. Bring down the flag. You see in the UK, if one person dies, they bring down the flag. It's only when our politicians die among themselves that they bring down flag. And I want the Nigerian government to start encouraging citizens by giving award to citizens that have done good things. Not award. You have to be a politician to get award, OFR, CON. It's only themselves among their political class. I've never heard of a normal human being that stop crime in their community getting that. So there's a change. There's a need for a change in the atmosphere. We need to start drinking proper Nigerian water that is not deceiving us. We need to start doing things properly. Nigeria needs to be saved, and we all need to put our hands together to save Nigeria. That is the only solution at the moment when we are in the world that is very uncertain.
Well, again, talking about the involvement of government, there are several programs that government has initiated in the time past for the disarmament and arms surrender amnesty program. Yeah. It seems not working. As an expert, what do you think that we can do to strengthen that process so that people can willfully surrender arms and we'll have peace in our communities?
Personally, if you ask me, and if the president is watching this program currently, when we had the issue to do with the economic challenges in Nigeria, they set up, apart from the vice president that meets, with the other state governors to talk about the economic issue, there was a presidential committee on economic recovery that was working with Mr. President. And I know that same group is still active because the Dangote of this world or the Teller of this world are part of that group advising government. I honestly believe that there is a need for the Nigerian president to create what you call a presidential committee on violence reduction in Nigeria. And what that means is that while the president has his chief of army staff, the IG and the others working with him, he needs to bring experts from the different fields of security together who will speak to him on methodologies and approaches that need to be used to reduce crime in Nigeria. Personally, if I was Nigerian president, the first thing I would have done is to say, what's the list of the 10 high security challenges in Nigeria? And then say, I want this reduced by 10%. I want this reduced by 20%. We hear the Nigerian IG saying, I want crime reduction by 50%. What was crime before? Where is the data analysis? Every country in the world is coming out with data. Yet, if you go to the Nigerian police website, the Nigerian police website, there is no data. And you call those ones of serious people, they don't have data. So what are they working with? Even when my company paid money to our staff to go to the IG's office to drop a paper there to ask them for non-proliferation weapons, how many weapons they have seized. I'm talking of almost close to 7-8 months. They do not even have the courtesy to respond back. And you say that is a serious group of people that we need to work with, people that cannot return back messages, people that cannot engage, people that cannot give data to media houses and to people that are asking them. If you send an FOI, you wait for the next 10 years, you will not get the response. Those are not serious people. Those are not people that are ready to govern. So when you are, as far as I'm concerned, I feel the president needs to set up a presidential committee of experts to look at crime reduction in Nigeria and advise the president outside the normal traditional group of people that he already has that talk about security challenges. The reason is because those people would bring an helicopter view of the security challenges in Nigeria, and they will advise accordingly to say, Mr. President, it is good that you are investing here, it's good that you're investing here, but as a professor of criminology, as somebody that works on the ground, or as an ex-military chief, I believe that this area needs to be reviewed. It is laughable to watch the Burata, the former chief of army staff on Arise saying, oh, my brother, thank you very much. We need to improve things on school. What did you do when you were there on school security? I was part of those people that sat in the House of Commons when we had a conversation about school safety initiative. And I know how many millions was invested in that. Where is the money today? When the Europeans gave us money, or when people, all these partners brought money together to say safer schools, where is the money? What are they doing with the money? They said the money could be you could go there and try and get grants as a school in Nigeria. How many schools have gotten money from it? So you find out that corruption has really eaten into Nigeria, and that is the major challenge that we have. Until we bring in a corruption-induced injection into Nigeria, will always happen, because Nigerians, if you withdraw corruption, or if you deal with corruption, people are going to fight against it. But if we don't have initiatives that help to address issue of corruption, give people better salary, create transparency and all those kind of things, Nigeria will continue to be where they are. But if Mr. President is listening to me right now, he needs to set up a presidential committee on crime reduction in Nigeria. And then that presidential committee of 10 or 15 people, including women, including young people who have the expertise that could talk about AI penetrations and how this Yahoo thing is happening, and how we can even find a route to bring all these boys, use them by DSS, use them in intelligence, move them away from life of crime, let them actually be the ones helping us to look at how to use technology positively for the growth of Nigeria, rather than locking them up and saying that they are not good for nothing, but yet those boys can actually use the system that even the IG cannot use.
Points you just raised, and we wish there was more time to go into other areas, but we thank you so much, Temitope Olodo, who is the preventive terrorism expert and CEO of Trust Intelligence and Security Solutions Limited. Brilliant insight on the show today from you. We thank you again.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Okay, after talking about Disarmament Day, which is today, let's look at the dichotomy that have existed for ages between the HND, which is a Higher National Diploma Certificate, and the Bachelor of Science BSc degree. After this break.
State of emergency on the education sector in the state was a bold step, perhaps the only way for Governor Abba Yusuf to clean up the rot he said he met upon his assumption of office on May 29 last year. The first thing that motivated Governor Yusuf to take the action was when he heard that a staggering 4.7 million pupils were sitting on the bare floor in primary schools in the state. But the worst is the alarming proliferation of 989,000 out-of-school children of both genders, a situation that threatens to rob an entire generation of their right to education and a bright future. Governor Abba Yusuf did not just wake up in the morning to declare a state of emergency on education. He studied the situation and understood the problems. The governor said the Kano educational landscape, once a beacon of hope and opportunity for the youth and an example for other states to copy, now stood shrouded in the shadows of unacceptable neglect and decay. These problems are multifaceted: shortage of qualified teachers, inadequate teacher training program, and lack of basic amenities such as clean water and sanitation in many schools. These issues, coupled with the socio-economic challenges that many students face, create an environment where education is not just difficult but nearly impossible. Governor Abba Yusuf lamented that schools, which should have been sanctuaries of knowledge, discipline, and growth, were in a deplorable state, as dilapidated infrastructure was a common sight. Roofs were caving in, walls crumbling, and classrooms that could no longer provide a safe and conducive learning environment. The governor stated that he will tame the decay by building additional 300 state-of-the-art laboratories in 100 schools across the state, among many other initiatives. The provision of facilities, he explained, will provide the students with hands-on problem in scientific inquiry, fostering a culture of experimentation and discovery that is essential to their future success. The building of more classrooms will no doubt mitigate classroom congestion that has become a feature of most of the schools. The governor has also directed that all contractors handling inherited and abandoned institutions' buildings to go back to the site immediately. As part of the emergency action, the governor has directed the recruitment of 10,000 teachers, adding that teachers in the employment of the state will enjoy periodic training and retraining so as to achieve the vision of making every teacher what he called a caring educator. Over 1,000 academic and non-academic staff will be employed into tertiary institutions, signifying the commitment of the state to overhaul the entire educational system, in addition to government investment in the welfare and well-being of teachers in all forms. Governor Yusuf said he will substantially increase budgetary allocation to the education sector, and in this regard, he disclosed that his administration has allocated 29.95% of the state budget to education, based on the realization that only significant allocation of financial resources will address most of the hydra-headed problems afflicting the state's educational system. The governor reminded everyone that responsibility of improving the educational sector does not rest solely on the shoulders of government, adding that it was a collective.
I think this is one of those initiatives from National Board for Technical Education on the issue of HND degree dichotomy, their own position, which is taken collectively as a board comprising the whole entire polytechnics in the country, is that we should move for the abolishment of HND, and in place of it to have Bachelor of Technology as a replacement, so that at least graduates of polytechnics will be able to compete hand in hand with other universities. And at the same time, they are proposing for a hybrid supervision, where the degree component of the polytechnic education will be handled by NUC, while the diploma, ND, National Diploma, will continue to be handled by NBTE.
That was the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the National Assembly, Nigeria, Tajuddin Abbas, talking about the bill, which is scaled second reading to end the dichotomy between BSc and HND. This discourse has been ongoing for several years because of discrimination that exists in the formal sector, where the BSc degree is respected more than the HND certificate, and the arguments have been that the HND certificate seems to put the holders at a disadvantage when it comes to work placement and, of course, remuneration. And that conversation has been ongoing. So there is a recommendation by the bill to have a BTech, Bachelor of Technology, replacing the HND, while the national diploma will still subsist. And then this might, according to the bill, this will end the dichotomy between BSc and HND. Doc.
Well, I don't know what to say because I think we're a nation of revoltees, and that's the only way to describe it, where we major in the minor and minor in the major. Everything in life, there are a purpose. There's a purpose why there's a day, there's a purpose why there's night. And we abuse processes and then make it look as if it's become a big deal. We just finished talking about creating an environment where we have absolute peace, and that's none of a concern. Terrorism is on the increase. I don't know. Even recently, the Minister of Education visited Yaba Tech and pronounced that Yaba Tech was becoming a university to be awarding BTech. In short, the students themselves protested that was not the purpose for the creation of that institution. That there's a purpose why polytechnic educations are created. And I think the issue to be addressed here are issues that have to do with functionality, that people who are employing or who are paying salaries are not supposed to be discriminatory in terms of how people get paid. There are university graduates today in Nigeria who are earning 50,000 naira, and there are some university graduates who are earning 500,000 naira. There are some university graduates who are earning 1 million plus. And I don't think there's any move to see how we have to unify salary or basics. And I think employment are just things that are too, for me, not too serious to even get the attention of the National Assembly that are passing a bill to say that BSc is equal to HND. And I don't think in the design that there was anything that's factored into that they have to be issued. Even in terms of way of getting admission into the programs, there are two different sets. People who get into the system, they go there differently. So if I want to become a technician, I don't think they have to answer until I have a BTech before I can become very productive. There are even some places where people with vocational skill earn more than people who have graduate certification based on what people can deliver. And I think that should be the emphasis rather than abolition in a way the polytechnic education, which is meant to actually cater for the creation of a certain category of human capital for the development of the economic space.
Okay, to your point of majoring on the minor and having that vice versa, let's look at what happens when you have the HND or the BSc certificate and you are an employee in Nigeria's civil service. So holders of HND certificates awarded by polytechnics cannot rise above grade level 14 or become directors in the civil service until and unless they acquire additional academic qualifications such as a postgraduate diploma or master's certificates as awarded by universities. Now, given that, but university graduates are statutorily qualified to rise to grade level 17 as the peak of their career in the civil service in the country. Given this background, do you think we're majoring on the minor here?
Okay, so the thing is, this law or the amendment that was made, or this bill that is, going through the corridors of law enactment to become a reality, somehow I won't see it as majoring on the minor. However, it's not really going to tackle that specific issue because the employer has the liberty to employ and to put you in a category that they feel they want to put you by virtue of the organization goals. And it's either you accept or you leave it. For the civil service, what you just read, it is a law. This specific bill, even when it becomes law, cannot invalidate that. Because it's an independent organization, except this specific law is reviewed by the civil service to bring that in, because now it has been changed from HND to BTech.
Yeah, but university are awarding BTech.
Yes,
no, we're talking about polytechnics here. No, we're talking about polytechnics here. Let's allow Prayer finish his line of thought.
Okay, so if we do that they now start offering BTech, then we have to make sure, and that is why I like one aspect there, that the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria is now part of the board of that make. It will give a direction to where Doc and all of us who were talking about that day in producing industry-specific hands, which is why the polytechnics were erected in the first place. Of course, they are equally taking it higher to see that, okay, those who govern or administrate over the polytechnics move to the level of PhD. Even though
that's the positions of the
rectors. Now, that is another good thing. But for the fact that we brought in man into that place, we must not allow man to just play insignificant role. We must make sure that the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria open up the space so that graduates from those polytechnics or from these new institutions that will be awarding BTech will open up the space for them industry-wise, so that they can go there and practice the craft that they spent the year in polytechnics to learn. In that way alone, we will be bringing in good hands. But however, that specific thing of this discrimination, it's still not going to stop.
With the bill alone?
It's not going to stop.
All right. Now, this is what I think. I think that, yes, there is a need for polytechnics, just as we used to have technical colleges, and in some places, in some states, we still have them. However, there's been a deviation from the way they were intended to actually run and operate. But while we have polytechnics that are now offering courses that universities, by their design, were actually supposed to handle alone. You have courses like banking and finance, you have courses like mass communication, you have courses like political science, management science in polytechnics, as well as you have courses like fine arts, engineering, and other technically inclined courses in polytechnics. Now there is the dichotomy. We just looked at what the civil service law says. So if you come in with an HND, it means that you only get to rise to level 14, while your counterparts who attended universities are able to get to level 17 and become directors and all. Now, for the person who
unless you make progress.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
so you only with the HND. You only with the HND rise to 14.
Yes.
Now, if you want to go beyond 14,
yes, of course.
you need to have additional.
Yes.
But what the bottom line is, with the HND, you only get to 14. If you want to get beyond 14, you need something extra above the HND. So there is a dichotomy. Now let's look at the entry requirements for both institutions of learning. Now, when you do the UTME, even before it became the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, there was that specifically for polytechnics and then for colleges of education and universities. But with the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, so your score puts you where you should be. You get to a certain cutoff, then you go for universities. If you to any university, if you get a certain cutoff, you qualify for polytechnics, and then if your cutoff is below that, you also go to College of Education. That arrangement was done to ensure that it is the work, it is the effort you put in that guarantees what institution you get to study in. But look at what the courses, the way they are designed, and what is being done in polytechnics and the universities. Sometimes you cannot actually tell a difference. And in a number of years, while those who are studying in polytechnics will have 4 years or almost 4 years of study, those in universities will also have the same period of study for a particular course. And then we'll look at the qualification, how the knowledge that they're able to get at the end of the day is almost same, or we can say is same. Even for technical courses, it can be said that those who go through polytechnic seem to have more technical knowledge than others. Now, they've come out, they're in the workspace, but there's a difference. Now, I think that we cannot say that the discrimination that exists is a minor issue. It's a major issue if at the end of the day, it interferes with how far people can go, having spent the same number of years studying, regardless of the entry process. But I also think that saying that polytechnics should now begin to award BTech, it doesn't really follow. It look like a mismatch, because they are polytechnics. Now, how would they be able to award Bachelor of Technology? So they are saying that that should be supervised by the National Universities Commission. So it's still, it's not a very fit recommendation. However, I do think that if we need to do things right, then we should start from the beginning. Perhaps by the construct of polytechnics, we should have them in such a way that they have a degree or they have a qualification. I don't know if it's going to be called BTech, but it is not for the Universities Commission to actually determine what degree that they have, so that we have that dichotomy removed. And then there's a review as well in the civil service rule. I understand that the employer can determine who to pay higher than the other based on their competencies. But we know that we live in an environment where certificates are more respected than anything else. In fact, even the BSc degree now is being relegated for master's degree. It's like the master's degree is the new BSc.
No,
so
it is not.
It is that way. In terms of the respect it is accorded, in terms of the preference it is accorded when recruitments are done. We see these things even when vacancies are advertised.
These are bare anomalies.
But it become normal in the system.
No. Yeah, but because we are making things that are stupid look normal. And that is what is making our environment look the way it is. Why am I saying that these are not things that we can come to public space? In the UK today, as we speak, families are no longer taking their children to regular schools. They are putting their children in professional schools, vocational training. It's not because they cannot afford it, but because this is where and how they want their children raised.
But that's an environment where they look at competencies rather than certificates.
Yes, this is why I'm talking about majoring in minors. Why is the National Assembly not concerned about merit, number one? Why are they not concerned about skill development for industries, number two? Have they ever seen that to look at it? For example, what is the purpose of a polytechnic? Irrespective of where they work, what's the purpose? Is to develop technical and people who have hands-on skill for particular industries. Now, the question that they should have been asked is, why are the polytechnic vying away from the reason why they were set up now to be embracing university courses? Then, okay, say the National Technical Board of Education should sit down to say, what is the course that's relevant? I was in Auchi Polytechnic some years ago, and I was facilitating, and I was talking to the rector, and I asked her, what's the design? Look at your buildings. They are not well made. You have people who are studying HND, building technology, and your buildings are not well made. So how will this be replicated in the industry? Say no, that even the law does not allow them to participate, that they have to award it to contracts. These are the failures in the system that needs to be addressed. That we are sure that while we are thinking about people coming even to invest, while we are talking about the ease of doing business, one of the indicators that is always measured is also that if a particular factory is to be located in a particular place. Do they have skills enough on the ground that will feed that industry? Which is part of issues that we raised up earlier when we were looking at the news. So these are things that we should be concerned with as lawmakers, to say, this area, how are we going to raise skilled manpower? Today, I am telling you, people without degree in Nigeria, I know somebody who does not have degree. All certification he had is what they call it, this networking certification. Okay. And he's earning 1.8 million. Where some graduate with masters or PhD cannot even earn 500,000. So what it is that people must begin to sit down and look at how is the work space evolving and what are we going to be doing. This certification thing will take Nigeria nowhere. What is taking us somewhere is the skills that we are able to appropriate. But the purpose of university education is different completely. It's supposed to be research based.
But do we have it research based?
Now this is the issue, and these are the majors. And that is what we should major on, not minors. Because all our having conversation, whether you make BSc, BTech, or make it MTech, it's the employer that will still determine what people are going to do.
But the employer's discretion will be reduced when there is already a uniformity.
So is what you have is in other places where people have polytechnic education. In the United States, they have polytechnic education. In UK, they have polytechnic education. In Germany, they have polytechnic education. So it's not only like that there's polytechnic education.
There is a peculiar situation in Nigeria calling for this peculiar solution.
About us is the fact that people deliberate. You see, the problem we are having is that people have an ambition to get to university, but at every level they are not qualified.
Okay, so then
they are not qualified, and they settle for polytechnic, and the law design it that way, and then you graduate as HND, and then you want to flourish Mozo with somebody who qualify ab initio. So these are for me.
But let's also look at what is being offered in the system. The entry process, yes, is not the same.
Yeah.
But at the point where you are in the institutions, what is being taught in polytechnics, let's say someone who's studying engineering in a university and someone who's studying engineering in a polytechnic, are they different? Is the curriculum different?
Oh yes, absolutely very different. They are not the same. They are not the same. That is why you see that the power examining both are different. National Board for Technical Education is one examining polytechnic. IUC is the one that is evaluating universities.
And that's
why they are different, because they have different purposes. So you cannot begin to make law to address things that are immaterial as far as I'm concerned.
The reason I asked that question is by reason of what the learning they're exposed to. Is one more qualified than the other, aside the entry requirements?
Oh yes, completely, absolutely different.
Are you sure about that?
I am 100%.
In terms of competencies and in terms of training, are you sure about that?
100% sure.
I doubt that. I don't agree with that.
100%.
No, that can be correct.
No, it's very, very correct. Because the object itself, the object of both institutions are never the same. Never the same. And because the objects are not the same, then you cannot be equating the outcome.
Okay. If you take the courses that are studied on both institutions, political science in polytechnics and political science in universities, banking and finance in polytechnics, banking and finance in universities, engineering in universities, would you say that one is more qualified by the other because of the institutions of learning? What makes that? What criteria are we assessing the qualification and saying that one is more qualified
let's look
than
at the
the other?
products that these two institutions churned out on a regular or yearly basis. First of all, you see that let me make an example from those who left the system. Someone I know very well left a university system and he studied computer engineering from the system.
5 years.
I know what he did. After he left that system, he needed to go to Computer Village for 2 years internship.
Practical
Now
knowledge.
look at the 2 years internship he learned from. Those guys in Computer Village, some of them didn't study computer science in the university. He studied that's the hardware part of computer science, the hardware part, computer engineering rather. That's what he studied. So he learned, he had 2 years
The National Youth Service Corps gives him, is 1 year. Apart from that, he had another 2 years in Computer Village to have a perfect understanding. He was talking to me like, oh, we were told this chip and this gadget. I read about it in my textbooks and all of that. But you know what? I only saw picture. When I saw it physically, I didn't know that this was the object that we were talking about.
So he had theoretical knowledge.
He had theoretical knowledge. But those from the Polytechnic, and so I was beginning to think that, okay, if that's the case, you graduated from the university from this course, and someone came out from the Polytechnic or from a private training institution that is not normalized or sanctioned by the Nigerian Universities Commission, but he seems to be the one who had the real knowledge in this. So, for what industries are both two organizations or institutions? For what industry are they developing these products for?
Okay, so you just got to the point. So if for certain courses, those who in polytechnics are more knowledgeable,
yes,
why is there now an arrangement that puts the ones from polytechnics at a disadvantage? Now, when it comes to no, should we allow that discretion to continue? Because some persons maybe, hold on, if we continue with that discrimination, don't you think it will discourage people from going to polytechnics? On the other hand, if we want to address this, should we not look at courses that are being offered in this institution and say, as one way to actually tackle this discrimination, if you are not going to study a technical course, you have no business in the polytechnic. So remove those courses, take them back to the university so that when you come as a graduate, you have studied political science, we expect that it's from a university. When you come as a graduate and it's a technical course, we expect that you have come from a polytechnic. So that way, there is a match, and we know that in this field you are well qualified, in that field you are well qualified.
In that particular case, then we need to do what Doc is saying. We'll go back to the basis and know the reasons why these two institutions were set up. The National Universities Commission to regulate universities, the National Board of Polytechnic Education to do their own bidding of the job. Then we will need to have a law in place to make sure that both polytechnics and universities do not offer courses, or you don't take courses that are crossroad, probably except you have been assessed and you have the capacity to be able to do that. If not, we will be at a crossroad. However, you cannot continue to fall. It's a social issue that so probably even legislation will only solve just a part of it, because the discretion of the employer, you cannot fault that.
Okay, I'll wrap up by saying I think that the employer goes with what is stated and then discretion is just an addition. But basically, the employer is guided by what is statutorily provided for. So there are two ways to handle this. While the bill will go on to third reading, and then let's see if it gets passed at the end of the day. But we need to address the root cause of these issues. Institutions that are set up should strictly adhere to the purpose for which they were designed, so that we do not have abuse and we do not have situations like this where an institution was set up for technical education, but there are learning of other courses that it should have no business in the first place teaching. And then the universities that were set up for research, we actually have research being conducted there. So when we're giving honors to people, we understand and we know that they deserve the honors that we're giving to them, and not assuming that they actually deserve it. Yes, let's take a break and then we'll begin to read your comments on Posts and Perspectives. If you haven't sent a comment, now is your time to quickly do that. What do you think about the issues discussed here today on the Front Burners? Swift Aderinter will bring you Posts and Perspectives in a bit.
Hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know me I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man.
Welcome back to Posts and Perspectives. Like I always tell you, this is the segment of the Front Burners shows that kind of talks about what you say, because your comments and your ideologies are very important to us. So every comment you make, we come back, we read it, and we analyze it. My name is Souq Aderito, and let's jump right into it. So the first, comment we have, of course, this one is from the governor, and the title or the topic we're talking about here is FG secures 50.80 billion in investment to boost global trade. And of course, Johnson says securing 50.80 billion from where? Into what sectors? Are they holding banks in the deal? We really need more information, and the transparency index should not be overlooked. And the next person is from Johnson, and Johnson says, who is the trade minister self? He said, person where Nigeria no him they talk say the country don't secure 50.8 billion. Everyone just they issue lamba up and down. Another person, John, says, let His Excellency Honorable the Minister trade list of the names of investors from their countries if they be the names of their company. The most should be welcome because it's a welcome development. And the last one I'm taking from this is from Chooks, and Chooks say, does the average Nigerian on the streets feel that the country has secured $50 billion investment in deals? Has he seen any good difference between his life as of May 2015 and the life he's living now in March 2025? Have things gotten better or worse? These are the questions. All right, because of time, I'm going to run to the next topic, and the next topic says reps extend deadline for new states and LG request, that's local government request. And the first person in front of me, his amazing Wolex, and Wolex says we have always been there, no be today. The difference now is that we are seeing what the debt is used for. The next person says borrowing and looting at the same time, and of course that's from How Curious. Ginny Chat says, no surprise there, Nigerians stays collecting debt like it's a hobby. Yet there's nothing to show for it. Infrastructure trash, economy trash. He says, leaders still looting at this rate, even our unborn kids owe money. Uncle, what's the problem? Calm down. And of course, talking from the other topic that was treated, and that one is about International Day for the Dismantled. And this one talks about he says another local government that won't take care, another LG that they won't take care of. Somebody says the regional government is the solution. Is the regional government the solution or splitting up? That's a question. And of course, that's a question from Bold and Blunt. Bold and Blunt, I don't think we want to split up. I think the regional government can do this. So let me drop the last one. And this one is from Wi-Fi, and it says creation. I don't understand. And we're talking about creation of states, my darling brother. And of course, story 5 is reps advance bills to end HND BSc dichotomy. This one is actually very, very important. And of course, we have the first person here, and he says it's Elon Musk's first son. We greet you. And this one says, don't they have polytechnic abroad? What is the highest qualifications? What is the dichotomy of the two? HND BSc, is time our lawmaker do research before bringing the subject matter. Blessing, please, very briefly, and what's your take on the HND? Because I know you're passionate about this one.
I'm passionate about every issue we talk about here, and that's why it's called a front burner. So I think that by construct, we should not make it seem like people who are technically inclined or want to study courses that are technical are a bit relegated. Yeah. So by the construct of the university system to raise administrators, to raise researchers, it was put that it will have the BSc degree. And by the design of the polytechnics to have HND. Now, when we made laws as well for the civil service, we also made laws that put the HND less than the BSc. By that already, what we're indirectly saying is those with technical skill do not need to rise to a certain level.
Which is terrible.
Those with technical skills do not need to earn this amount of money except they have additional certificate. That's a discouragement to those who would naturally, intelligently want to go to polytechnics, not because scores are relegating people there. So I think it is not enough for the bill to go through the National Assembly and then become a law where we now have yes, at par. We should have a redesign where people are encouraged to be rewarded based on their competencies and not what certificate the parade.
All right, so sorry, because we're running for time, I can't take every other person's opinion on the table. Let me take my last message and we'll run away. And of course, this one is from Top Tech Digital Systems. And he says the best thing to do is to upgrade the higher diploma curriculum to what bachelors of technology are, and completely abolish the HND and stop at national diploma only. Making a lot of sense. So my name is still Swift Aderito, and I need to run off, but before I leave you, I need to tell you that the next person coming here is the man who is going to tell you everything you need to know about sports. I call him Honorable Chooks. He's in the building. See you in a bit.
keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's
Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy.
Hello and welcome to your show. This is the sunny side of sports. We talk money, we talk movement, we talk business, and we follow the presenters on the front burner and get you moving on where you need to put your money on. Now, let's go straight to what is happening. Viewership. You heard me very, very well. Now, the Super Bowl has come. Super Bowl has gone just some few weeks gone, but record has been set. For those that are wondering, Fox has reported well over 126 million Super Bowl viewership. That's Super Bowl 59. Now, for those that are wondering, calculate that, 126 million. Mind you, there was pay-per-view. Mind you, there was also pay-TV. So you just see how much has gone into the banks and what platforms made through this period. 1 day money. That's good. We can't do that here in Africa. There are a lot of sports that can do that. Now, let's move ahead. Sports betting. If you know you are below 18, shut your ears. Genu Sports, they've cut down their annual net losses. They were very specific. If you are less than 18, I say again, shut your ears. Now, they reported $63 million loss for 2024, down 26%, that's year over year, on the back of a very sharp rise in core betting revenues. Yet, that's it's happening. Now, sponsorship plus supermarkets, congratulations and welcome back. They are back to the Eredivisie, that's the Dutch league, and the supermarket. They've been away for 7 good years, but now they are back. They saw something that they missed. It's, to be precise, visibility is paramount, and if you have the people that will sell your goods, then you better get there. Let's move to the media. La Liga is selling a weekly free-to-air match in the UK tender. That's the La Liga. They've launched media rights sales process in a handful of European countries, and this is free to air. That's for those in the UK. They know very well that the Premier League is there, so they need to compete, and the people to watch are also there. So hey, draw up the numbers, sell the product. Let's go to MLB, 12 people, 1 billion, lot of problem. Now, let's ask this particular question. 1 billion salary IOUs. Now, that has to do with the Dodgers. Questions we need to ask. Are they playing fair? How do you get to buy players or hire a coach with ridiculous amount of money? You pay part of it and you don't pay in full. Now, how is this impacting the league? How are other clubs going to follow suit? How are other clubs going to be able to deal with it? Because Dodgers are still ahead of the game. But they buy and pay small. Is this something that is viable? These are questions that need answers. Now, the Philadelphia Eagles, they have signed back Saquon Barkley for 2 years. That is for $41.2 million. It's an extension, and this deal will make him the highest paid running back in NFL history. The first player in that position to earn $20 million a year. Do you think you can run? Can you catch the ball? Then, hey, you never can tell. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, be nice.
Having come to the end of today's show, we cannot thank you enough for watching, and we ask that you join the show again tomorrow, 7 a.m. West African time, and follow us on our social media platforms at Souq News TV. Like a post, leave a comment, and we will be glad to hear from you. I'm Blessing Aichi. To have yourself a lovely day. Stay with Souq News the entire day. From Dr. Dawso Samanze.
Great outcome there. Grace, peace, and strength this Lenten season.
And Priya Krumali.
Yes, I am Oyin Priya Krumali. Good morning once again.
Holy Spirit in our soul, is you all our lives. Holy Spirit to Christ. Amen.
We will see the
celebrating the royal resurrection, we offer you, Lord, the bread of life and the chalice of salvation. You grant that you have called us to leave your presence and minister to you. Only pray that after you will body and blood of Christ, we gather into one by the Holy Spirit. Remember, just pray for the Lord, and everyone in the fullness of charity together with his Son, and after the Master's contribution and all the days. Remember also our brothers and sisters who are focusing in the hope of the resurrection, that all the dying in mercy, Lord, and to light and grace. Have mercy on us all, we pray. Thou blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of God, the blessed Joseph, his spouse, with the blessed apostles, that always sent from each throughout the ages, who inherit the glorious eternal life, and praise and glorify you through your Son, Jesus Christ. For you, and within and the Lord Almighty Father, the mutual Holy Spirit, all the Spirit, forever and ever. Serious forms by the right teaching, here to say, Let us pray. With the sacraments which you have received, sustain us, O Lord, that our Lenten fast will be pleasing to you and be for us a healing remedy. Let this prayer through Christ our Lord. Glory to Jesus.
Elections. There is no need to rush before the directives of the church in 5-10 minutes will be done. These men in the morning, 5 p.m. in the evening, and subsequently the organization because Wednesdays in the morning, English on Wednesday, 5 p.m. in the Yoruba language in the evening, 5 p.m. The Lord bless Christ.
Lord be with you. Likewise, I pray for God's blessing. Lord be with you. In the name of the Lord. Our help is in the name of the Lord. The blessing of the Lord is God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is God upon you all today and with you forevermore. Go forth in Master's name.
Well, Ash Wednesday marks the beginning of the 40 days of Lent. The 40 days of Lent are days in which we are to prepare ourselves to celebrate the great feast of the resurrection of Jesus at Easter. But during that period of preparation, all the faithful are required to put into practice the three pillars of Lent: fasting, prayer, and almsgiving. And so the significance of this day is to launch us into those 40 days of fasting, prayer, and almsgiving in preparation for resurrection. Certainly there is something that God is telling us by the fact that the two happen at the same time. Certainly the wish of God is that all his children would be united and they would be working in the same direction towards the goodness of humanity, the salvation of souls, and the peace of society. And so we have had occasions in which, or situations in Nigeria, in which there have been lots of religious disturbances, particularly between Christians and Muslims, more particularly in the north of Nigeria. So I believe that this is not simply a coincidence. It has to be God's way of telling everybody that He is one. And if He is one, no matter how we approach Him, it must not create such a conflict as we used to see in the past. And so God certainly is saying something to us. First, let us recognize that the season of Lent is a season for spiritual renewal. That all of us are supposed to make efforts to ensure that we rejuvenate, we revive our spiritual life, our relationship with God on one hand, and our relationship with one another. And so in the whole process of fasting, prayer, and almsgiving, we must also recognize that it is not just a matter of fasting from food or from drinks. It's not just a matter of praying more than you have been praying before. It's not just a matter of giving money or material things. It's also a matter of first of all, being at peace with your neighbor, being just towards the ones with whom we interact. And as the prophet has told us, we ought to, as it is, let our hearts be torn and not our garments, because our hearts is that source from which all kinds of evil things happen. And if we are able to make our hearts pure, if we are able to tear our hearts, then our garments that we tear will only be a physical demonstration of what is going on inside of us. And so we expect that Christians at this time will really make an effort to establish a better relationship with God and a better relationship with one another, with justice, truth, honesty, integrity, and all that is involved.
For Christians, okay, the signal of the age is for Christians and Catholics to have reflections on the role our Lord Jesus Christ played because of Calvary, to die for our sins. And the signal of the ash is to push, is to remind us that we are dust and we go to dust. So we should use this opportunity to amend our ways, to go back to Christ, ask for forgiveness of our sins. So that's basically what it is. Every year, it's not only as Catholics. It marks the beginning of Lent, and it's a 40 days fasting. This is the opportunity to make atonement for our sins, to and go back to Christ, because it's the only one that can save us.
Actually, it's in for the Lent. They did the Lent prayer over all the prayer we send to the Holy Cross Cathedral, all the Catholic members of the church. But this Ash Wednesday is all the Catholic members are supposed to collect it.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic, and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education information on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we will visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. That we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onamide, Dr. Nibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Ijogo. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the deceived nature of these projects through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. and it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 15 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint goes to pull it out from here. So, I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because we can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test, easy things are being used, Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center and is from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is learned? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take anytime. It could be one day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, to the public health system for malaria negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, Mike Shemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just believe me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Director for Volta. If you are going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria, thank you. This is the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. come and quality check what is happening, sir, please. Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, they will say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech that I'm also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, Amen, the development of pragmatic, costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent health facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiative by this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed the test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duty. Congratulations, sir. Is negative, and the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos has been charted off. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much for that cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry. There are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our State, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide that Professor Akiandom, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can communicate with that into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things we can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. It's digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, it was replenished into the bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and the resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started and it's for all of us to see, to buy into it and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. I mean, all of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It's because, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action we will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, you told us from WHO that is 2025, they are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, you said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was, they're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmers and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program, our community pharmacists are here, all of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. So we should value to that. Yes. demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to FOF that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as the permanent secretary.
Quite the family rooms was the United Feminist Actor Service for life had been Balewa and to get to find our to commitments we became till time. I mean, come back additional uh, till stroke strike journey missionary and face no everything emotion that he was 19 and that my mom is the woman so much has been she has been still alive and well that's why 350 that she proud have 20 amazing. So cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, if I belong those who I west to the all quality not just start time, you know, education. Start with it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court does hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people who were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to list goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather. Growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, Because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder ADHD is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs. Beyond compliance reports, employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic, and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue, it is an economic and reputational.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News on Souq News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. First, let's bring you some stories that are making the headlines. Federal government targets $50.8 billion in investment commitments. NGX declares 4.4 billion naira dividend for 2024 financial year. Nigeria loses 120 billion naira to illegal private jet charters. EFCC France to strengthen cooperation on cybercrime asset tracking. And lastly, Naira gains strength against major currencies. Stability push forex speculations on edge. Monawel. Thank you for joining us, and now to the news in details. The federal government, through the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, has announced efforts to secure $50.8 billion in investment commitments from President Bola Tinubu's international trips. Speaking in Abuja, Oduwole said the ministry is tracking these pledges while strengthening trade ties and Nigeria's role in African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. To drive industrial growth, Tinubu has launched an Industrial Revolution Work Group focusing on reducing production costs, improving trade facilitation, and boosting power supply. The government is also implementing direct cargo freight services across Africa to support Nigerian traders, reaffirming its commitment to a business-friendly environment. Nigerian Exchange Group PLC NGS has declared a final dividend of 4.4 billion naira for the year financial 2024, making it the highest in the company's history. In the group's audited financial statement for the year ended December 31, 2024, the dividend, which translates to a 2 naira per share, is subject to shareholders' approval and applicable withholding tax. The group reported a profit before tax of 13.6 billion naira, reflecting a 157.3% increase from the 5.3 billion naira recorded in 2023. In the period under review, gross earnings also increased by 103.2% to 24 billion naira, driven by growth across multiple revenue streams, including transaction fees, listing fees, and market data income. Chairman of NGX Group, Umaru Kwaranga, stated that the dividend payouts reflect the company's commitment to delivering value to shareholders while maintaining a strong capital position. Kwaranga also noted that NGX Group remains focused on driving capital market development through innovation, market expansion, and strategic investment. And on currency, foreign exchange speculators are facing growing losses as the naira continues to gain strength against major currencies. Despite a 3.2% drop in Naira's external reserves to $38.46 billion at the end of February, the Naira appreciated by 8.5% in the parallel market, trading at 1,490 Naira per dollar, while the official rate stood at 1,500 Naira. Analysts estimate that speculators lost nearly 10 billion Naira last month due to the currency's unexpected rally. The Central Bank of Nigeria policies, including the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code and the Electronic Foreign Exchange Matching System, have helped curb speculation and stabilize the forex market. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso credits the exchange rate unification policy for boosting remittances, which nearly doubled from $300 million to $600 million. Meanwhile, analysts predict a gradual decline in inflation, currently at 24.48%, with local refineries projecting like the Dangote refinery expected to ease forex demand. Moving on to aviation sector, recent investigations have revealed that Nigeria loses over 10 billion naira annually due to illegal private jet operations, especially with foreign registered aircraft. These illicit activities include private jets registered for personal use being utilized for commercial charters without proper authorization, leading to significant revenue losses for the country. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has been criticized for not enforcing regulations strictly, allowing these unauthorized operations to persist. In response, the government has initiated measures to crack down on these illegal activities to safeguard the economy and ensure compliance within the aviation sector. Meanwhile, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has rejected outright waivers requested by several airlines over penalties imposed on them, insisting that sanctions are meant to drive service improvement for Nigerian travelers. Director for Consumer Protection and Public Affairs at the NCAA, Michael Achimugu, disclosed that while most airlines have applied for waivers, the agency remains firm on its decision. According to him, multiple airlines have submitted requests for leniency, promising to enhance their service delivery, stressing that promising that alone promises were not good enough. Despite rejecting outright waivers, Achimogo noted that the NCAA is open to reconsidering the fines, particularly in cases where airlines have successfully resolved passenger complaints. This comes after Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority warned airlines against exceeding the refund time set in Part 19 of the NCAA Regulations 2023, emphasizing that violation would lead to sanction. You are still watching the midday news on Souq News Television. NAC unveils strategy to boost Nigeria-US trade relations. These and more will bring to you right after this break. Please stay tuned. Glad to know you are still with us. Now we take you to trade investment. The Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, NAC, has outlined a 10-point strategic agenda to strengthen trade and investment between Nigeria and the United States. Speaking at a press conference in Lagos ahead of the Chamber's presidential inauguration dinner and award. NAC President Sherif Balogun emphasized the Chamber's commitment to SME development, export promotion, financing opportunities, and trade missions to enhance economic ties. Deputy President Ehi Brahima announced that the inauguration dinner set for April 12 will mark NAC's 65th anniversary and serve as a platform to honor business leaders from Nigeria and the U.S. who have significantly contributed to economic development. He described the event as a landmark celebration bringing together key players across public and private sectors. Acting Director General Ms. Wofai Sama revealed that the Chamber will also unveil a 3D model of its new state-of-the-art headquarters, symbolizing its growth and commitment to sustainability. She reaffirms NAC's dedication to fostering business collaborations that will drive long-term economic progress for both nations. And moving on, Moving on, we'll bring you another story in talking about the financial crime, and the EFCC has reinforced its partnership with the French government to enhance asset tracking, cybercrime investigations, and security training in Nigeria. The agreement was reached on March 4, 2025, when Lieutenant General Regis Colombet of the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs visited EFCC Chairman Ola Olukoyede in Abuja. France is committed to supporting specialized training programs, citing its experience in cybersecurity academies across Africa. Colombet emphasized the EFCC's critical role in combating transnational financial crimes, highlighting France's focus on developing academic centers and offering security trainings, including programs in France. He reaffirmed that international collaboration is essential in tracking cyber threats, ransomware, and asset tracking crimes, stressing the need for joint effort between the two nations. In response, Olukoyede welcomes the partnership, recognizing France's contributions to crime-fighting initiatives. He noted Nigeria's recent success in dismantling an internal criminal syndicate and stressed the importance of sustained global cooperation in curbing financial and cyber crimes. The EFCC chairman also acknowledged France's role in capacity building, stating that integrating Nigeria's investigative expertise with France's technological advancement would enhance crime-fighting strategies. As International Women's Day approaches, the federal government has encouraged Nigerian women to take advantage of investment opportunities in the capital market to boost financial empowerment and economic growth. Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anete, made the call in Abuja during a launch of the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) podcast aimed at promoting financial literacy. She emphasized that increased female participation in the capital market would drive wealth creation and support Nigeria's $1 trillion economic target. SEC Director General Dr. Emomotimi Agama also announced plans to train selected women monthly through the Nigerian Capital Market Institute, reinforcing the government's commitment to financial inclusion. Uzoka Anete highlighted the strong financial acumen of women, stressing the need for policies that enhance their involvement in the financial sector. She described the SEC podcast as an innovative tool to bring knowledge gaps and encourage wider participation in capital market investment. Still in the news, Nigeria Railway Corporation unveils 5-year reform plan to transform rail sector. Let's bring you more after the break. Please stay with us.
sector, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Railway Corporation (NRC) has unveiled a comprehensive reform plan aimed at transforming the country's rail sector within the next 5 years. Managing Director of NRC, Kayode Okwefa, who made this known during a meeting with the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority (LAMATA), said the reform plan has a long-term vision of achieving global standards. Okwefa said that the current administration is committed to transforming the nation's rail infrastructure under its renewed hope agenda, assenting that the comprehensive railway master plan, which is expected to be reviewed in April, will drive the development of a world-class rail system. He, however, lamented Nigeria's sluggish railway progress, noting that while 3,500 kilometers of tracks were built in 60 years, expansion stalled for another 6 decades. He assured that the current administration is committed to reversing this through prioritized investment and accelerated execution. Away from that, today is Ash Wednesday, a solemn day marking the beginning of Lent, a 40-day period of fasting, prayer, and reflection observed by Christians worldwide, as faithful believers receive ashes on their foreheads, symbolizing repentance and humility. The day serves as a call to spiritual renewal and self-discipline. Beyond its religious observance, let's bring you more about this sacred tradition and how it continues to shape the faith and practices of millions around the world.
Ash Wednesday marks the beginning of Lent in the Christian calendar, occurring 46 days before Easter Sunday. This day holds significant meaning as it symbolizes the start of the season of reflection, penance, and preparations for the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Speaking on the significance of Ash Wednesday, the Archbishop of the Holy Cross Cathedral, Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island, Most Reverend Alfred Adewale Martins, emphasized the importance of faith and absolute trust in God as essentials of the Lenten season, stressing that the observance of both Lent and Ramadan at the same time is a sign that God wants all His children to live in peace and harmony.
Well, Ash Wednesday marks the beginning of the 40 days of Lent. The 40 days of Lent are days in which we are to prepare ourselves to celebrate the great feast of the resurrection of Jesus at Easter. But during that period of preparation, all the faithful are required to put into practice the three pillars of Lent: fasting, prayer, and almsgiving. And so the significance of this day is to launch us into those 40 days of fasting, prayer, and almsgiving in preparation for resurrection. Certainly there is something that God is telling us by the fact that the two happen at the same time. Certainly the wish of God is that all his children would be united and they would be working in the same direction towards the goodness of humanity, the salvation of souls, and the peace of society. And so we have had occasions in which, or situations in Nigeria, in which there have been lots of religious disturbances, particularly between Christians and Muslims, more particularly in the north of Nigeria. So I believe that this is not simply a coincidence. It has to be God's way of telling everybody that he is one. And if he is one, no matter how we approach him, it must not create such a conflict as we used to see in the past. And so God certainly is saying something to us.
Most Reverend Martins also encouraged Christians to live a life of holiness, repentance, and absolute commitment to the Almighty God.
First, let us recognize that the season of Lent is a season for spiritual renewal. That all of us are supposed to make efforts to ensure that we rejuvenate, we revive our spiritual life, our relationship with God on one hand, and our relationship with one another. And so in the whole process of fasting, prayer, and almsgiving, we must also recognize that it is not just a matter of fasting from food or from drinks. It's not just a matter of praying more than you have been praying before. It's not just a matter of giving money or material things. It's also a matter of first of all, being at peace with your neighbor, being just towards the ones with whom we interact. And as the prophet has told us, we want to, as it is, let our hearts be torn and not our garments, because our hearts is that source from which all kinds of evil things happen. And if we are able to make our hearts pure, if we are able to tear our hearts, then our garments that we tear will only be a physical demonstration of what is going on inside of us. And so we expect that Christians at this time will really make an effort to establish a better relationship with God and a better relationship with one another, with justice, truth, honesty, integrity, and all that is involved.
The Ash Wednesday service at Holy Cross Cathedral, like other Catholic and Orthodox churches, featured prayers, receiving of the Holy Communion, and ashes imprinted on the foreheads of worshippers. Their officiating priest reminded Christian faithfuls that from dust they came and from dust they would return. Antonia Omoro, Souq News Television.
Off it. Wrapping up with sports on the midday news, Super Eagles announces 39-man squad for World Cup qualifiers. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chele has announced a 39-man provisional squad for Nigeria's upcoming 2026 World Cup qualifiers. Veteran captain Ahmed Musa makes his return, while younger talents like in-form striker Tolu Aroko-Dade and midfielder Chris Santos Uche receives their first national team call-ups. The team will face Rwanda on March 21 and Zimbabwe on March 24 in vital matches for their World Cup champions. Aroko-Dade is currently the top scorer in Belgium's Jupiler Pro Leagues, netting 16 goals for Genk, which solidifies his selection. Uche has impressed in La Liga with Getafe, Nigeria is currently placed 5th in Group C, with star players like Victor Osimhen, Samuel Chukwueze, and Alex Iwobi, along with returning player squad Omar, Cyril, Desas, and Nathan Teller. That's the midday news on Souq News Television. Christians and Muslims are observing fast. Let's make the most of this period. Thank you for watching, and do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Good afternoon. My name is Grace Komalafe.
Centuries, disarmament and non-proliferation have been vital in maintaining global peace and security. The easy availability of weapons, from nuclear bombs to small firearms, fuels conflict, endangers civilians, and slows down development. To address these concerns, March 5 is observed annually as the International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness, promoting education, dialogue, and global cooperation to reduce the risks posed by weapons and war. Since the establishment in 1945, the United Nations has prioritized disarmament to prevent wars and promote stability. However, major challenges persist. Despite international nuclear weapons increasing the risk of conflict, the illegal arms trade fuels violence, terrorism, and crime, particularly in the war-torn regions. The use of explosive weapons in populated areas leads to devastating civilian casualties and humanitarian crises. Meanwhile, the rise of autonomous weapons and AI in warfare presents new, urgent risks. Recognizing these threats, the United Nations General Assembly designated March 5 as a day to raise awareness and inspire action towards global disarmament. The theme for the 2025 observance, Fostering Global Collaboration for a Safer Future, emphasizes the need for countries to unite in controlling arms and preventing conflict. Strengthening arms control laws, promoting disarmament education, and advancing diplomatic efforts are crucial steps towards a safer world. To mark this day, governments, international organizations, and advocacy groups will organize various activities, including educational workshops in schools and universities to discuss the impact of weapons and the importance of peace, expert panels and policy discussions to explore strategies for global arms control, awareness campaigns on social media, and through community outreach programs to highlight the dangers of excessive weaponry, and exhibitions and documentaries in museums and institutions showcasing the history and impact of war and disarmament efforts. The International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Awareness serves as a powerful reminder that reducing weapon stockpiles is key to lasting peace. By prioritizing education, policy reform, and international cooperation, nations can move toward a future where security is achieved through dialogue, not military force. As the world observes the International Day for Disarmament in 2025, the call for unity grows louder, urging countries and individuals alike to play their part in building a safer, more peaceful world.
Directors, President, Nigerian Bureau of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups And another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, we had a meeting with NBG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where we share our vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before me is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali Sam is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali Sam. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grandmom has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but an affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner, because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the constitution all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption, because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs, and we issued about 188 press releases. And also the commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms, and also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gather stakeholders and discuss it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the proceeds of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the proceeds of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that will be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira, and so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC which measure institutions adherence to ethical standards. We release the result, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have given it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint taken for us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible and efficient in approaching all issues that are taken before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now recently we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We can follow, because we don't have enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area that we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor, and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in the office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in, and in one of the engagements is that last year in September we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I have the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? His past is not in the every show leagues on the I think there's an where you coach of out in the that well equipped and some and they should be because that is politics there. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you will ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the football federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content all around Lagos. That's we look at as we are now. All around Nigeria, Sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. And some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Us to number our days that we may apply our heart unto wisdom. This ancient phrase isn't just scriptural, it is a guiding principle embraced by people from all walks of life, whether for fun or for genuine wisdom. 60 is indeed a remarkable milestone, and today we join the world and the Methodist Church in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of their very own Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. Hello, my name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast. Like I would always say to you whenever I have the opportunity to do so, I would say that I would take it right from our studio to your very destination to make sure you have a more special moment. Today is truly a special occasion for Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo celebrating the Diamond Jubilee, and you can feel the joy in the air as friends, family, and well-wishers gathered to celebrate him. Just as the celebrant is exceptional, so are the distinguished guests who will be joining us on this side today. It is Souq Podcast, and we will be bringing you special moments with special guests after this break. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. So it is Souq Podcast on Souq News Television. Like I told you, we'll be having special guests come around to talk about this celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. Is the Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya. I would like you to tell us more about yourself.
About myself, by the special grace of God, I'm a Methodist bishop. Before becoming bishop, I served this church as the income monitoring coordinator for several years. And even as Bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, I am still currently the conference income monitoring advisor. I served for years as bishop before his election or elevation as the secretary of conference. And we find out that at the time of contemplating of whom to select as the secretary of conference, we discovered that the former prelate, His Eminence Dr. Chukwuemeka Kanushe, really did his research very well to pick somebody who is capable for the assignment, the best person for the assignment. Apart from that, I have a relationship with him this way. I succeeded him at Elekuro. He was the bishop of that diocese, and I took over from him. Immediately he was elevated as secretary of conference. I was also translated from another diocese to take over from him.
All right, thank you. So you talked about capability, that he is capable. So would you say in selecting secretary of the conference, would you say that experience counts? Experience
counts. You must have served as bishop for some years, and I think with that, he got the experience before being elected into that post. And apart from that, we look at capability, look at the zeal, the passion for the job, and I think he is in possession of all this.
So what are you wishing the celebrant today as he celebrates his 60th birthday?
Wishing him well, that he will celebrate more and more. 60, another milestone will be 70, 70, then 80, 90, 100. Then the Lord can do whatever he wishes to do after 800.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya from the Elekuro Diocese, Ibadan. Thank you so much for your time.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
right, so in celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, we have another special guest who will be telling us about the celebrant for today, and he is Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadansi from Ibadan. So I don't mix it up, can you tell us more about yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Very Reverend Kolade Fadansi. I'm the director of the Institute of Church and Society of the Christian Council of Nigeria, based in Ibadan.
Great. So celebrating the secretary of the conference. So tell us, how can you measure what his work so far in the period he has, taken that position?
The Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo was my tutorial master when I was in the seminary. He was then the presbyter of the Methodist Church, Bodhicha, in Ibadan. So then he was a thorough person, fine person, personality, a refined gentleman, a brilliant scholar, a leader by excellence. And he served at the time as the bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, based in Ibadan also. So I've been following him for these years. Eventually became the secretary of conference for the Methodist Church Nigeria, and that gives him the opportunity to refine the administrative structure of the church. So he is the chief administrator and works closely with the prelate of the church, and he has given his best. All these years, he has been able to carry the church into a position of enviable status, and also he has been able to redefine the job of secretary of conference in a more refined and beautiful way.
All right, thank you. So it is good that you have known him for a very long period of time. So I want to ask this again. You've mentioned so many things that he has done, but what is that thing, just one thing that sets him apart, from numerous men of God that you already know?
Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo believe in anybody that he comes across, and he can work with anybody, and also can mold people. Even if you make a mistake, he corrects you in a more subtle way and bring out those mistakes for you to become a better person.
Wow. So in selecting the secretary of conference, would you say experience counts?
Definitely, because Methodist Church Nigeria is a church that works with experience and also look for people with quality to stand in the helm of affairs of the church. And the position of secretary of conference is not just a status that is going to be handled with levity, or that the church will just take just because we want to appoint someone. It has to be someone that has candor, brilliance, and the ability to manage a very beautiful and wide church like Methodist Church Nigeria. Remember, we're the first church in this country, so we have challenges. And so anyone that will be the secretary of conference must be someone that will fit into that status.
So, as he celebrates his 60th birthday, what do you wish him?
I want to join others to wish him long line of prosperity. Prosperity not in financial times, but prosperity in earthwise, prosperity in more wisdom, prosperity in total commitment to God, and prosperity all around him, beautifully for him to be able to advance the kingdom here, and also for him to also enjoy the labor that he has put into his service.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadansi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
As ruined and wrecked as the battered ship, he was trying to steer through the storm.
Of the original version of the speech, beginning with "O strong God," and then verse "the Scalar." Several years later,
verse 2, if you are above 60, you join the people who took the first verse to take the second verse. If you are below 60, you will take the third verse by praying to God.
All right, so it's still the celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and here we have Reverend Oladapo Daramola. He is the minister in charge of the Ikeja parish, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pleasure having you here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
Well, on a personal note, is what we call is an egbon to me.
Okay.
And in the ministry is my boss.
The ministry is your boss.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a dual relationship. So we have the one he calls me Aburo, and we have the one that it becomes a formal relationship.
Great. So as an Aburo, right? What do you admire in him?
I think his courage. His courage. And the passion he has for the ministry. But more importantly, his courage. I know some experiences he has had, and I saw the way he weathered those experiences. I call them his own storm within the ministry, and how he weathered the storm. It's quite motivating. It's quite, for those who are coming behind, it's quite encouraging. And it shows that if you are committed to the work of God, if you are first, I think you must establish the fact that if you are called by God, things will happen, storms will come, but like he did promise, he's always going to be with us. So, and that's one thing I admired and still continues to admire about him.
Okay, so how would you say his journey, or would you say rather that his journey reflects the value and mission of the church?
Well, to a large extent, again, maybe that's where his passion comes in. Okay. He's passionate about the church. He wants to see the church, just like his own personal life, he wants to see the church overcome challenges and be better. And I think overall, he has reflected that since he came on board as the secretary of Conference Methodist Church Nigeria. He's an ebullient person, and with that, he demonstrates a lot of, again, like I said, courage. He has faith. And that resonates, through anything he does. He never believes anything is impossible. And so, in his personal life, it has shown, and has also reflected on his journey as a member of the Episcopate in the Methodist Church Nigeria.
All right. So before we let you go, tell us your wish for him as he celebrates this.
I just wish him all the best in life. I wish him he gets to higher grounds. I wish his wife, and who is like an egbon to me also. Okay. So like I said, we have two sides to this.
You have plenty of egbons.
So I wish them all the best. I wish them all the things that life brings in the positive sense of it. And more importantly, in the ministry, I wish him he continues to grow and grow strong in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. I say a big amen to them. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right Reverend and Sister Timothy Olatunji of Irisha North. Right Reverend and Sister Goiga.
The Bible reference is Galatians chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. While known today primarily as a prolific hymn writer, Fanny Crosby was also an influential.
His idea was to bring out the truth that the peace and comfort of the Christian are not founded so much upon the stuff of Christ.
In the known songs of devotion for Christian associations in New York 1870. And then Don and Robert Glory, where it was
it is still the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and we've been having special guests this distinguished guests come around to talk about him. Do not forget, he is the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church of Nigeria, and we have someone very close to him again. I think they've been working hand in hand, and we have him to say something about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's know who you are, your name, your relationship with the celebrant.
My name is Very Reverend Uchenna Onukube, and the Director of Administration, Methodist Church Nigeria, and in the diaspora. So that's who I am.
Okay, so we had a conversation, I think, earlier before this, podcast started, and you mentioned that you are his deputy. So, as his deputy, how would you say what would you say rather his birthday represents to you as a member of the church?
His birthday, marking 60, it's a big achievement, especially in our climb, and it's worth celebrating. And I believe that today we are celebrating a man that is focused, is very focused, a man that can be loving, a man that also can correct you in ways that you never even thought he could do it, but at the end he wants the best for you. So working closely with him, it has afforded me the opportunity to understand him as a man of many parts.
Okay, so I mean, you know now that he's a man of many parts, but I would ask you that what sets him apart? You've actually worked with a lot of people, if you agree with me, but what is that thing that sets him apart when you want to do a comparison?
Yes, what sets him apart is that he's a man that wants jobs done. He would harass you, he would cajole you, he would try to encourage you, or just get the job done. So at first I saw him as somebody that is very difficult to work with, but at the time I understood him as somebody that wants the job to be done, and just let's cross the line and finish and get the first position. So the moment I understood him as that kind of a person, I tilted towards that focus.
Okay, great. So would you say that his journey so far reflects the mission and the vision of the Methodist Church of God?
Yes. One thing about the Methodist Church is that anyone that is in a position is fitted by God, because we have so many persons that are qualified, so many persons that could do wonderful things, but God has a way of narrowing it down to our persons. You might be surprised when a verdict is given or a name is mentioned, and you say, in your own myopic understanding or your own little understanding, you say, this person is not worth it, this person shouldn't be here, this person should be here. But God has his own way of putting people in the position he wants, and it has been so for Methodist Church Nigeria. And when you take time to understand why God put such a person, you see that yes, God is wiser than man.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask you your wish for the celebrant.
I wish him long life, good health, more wisdom, and above all, money in his bank.
Yes, money in his bank, and I agree to that as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you feel the joy in the air and the kind of conversation that has been going on here? Yes, obviously you would agree with me that Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo is a special person. Yes, because you would agree with me again that every testimonial has been positive, and positive. Okay, so we still have a lot of people coming around that will be sharing their experience about the celebrant. But again, we will take a break. Before we take a break, let me remind you that we can bring our studio. Yes, literally. I am saying that we can move Souq podcast from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to us and we will be right there to make your event more memorable and fun. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be having more of this conversation. We'll have more special guests come around to talk about the celebrant. It is his Diamond Jubilee celebration, and it's no joke. It's no joke. It is the grace of God for him to have lasted this long, and we know that he's still going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. We'll be right back. It's still Souq podcast, and my name is Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, it is a celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Taiwo. I'll take it from the top. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. So I think I'm going to use Papa T at this point. Tell me your relationship. Okay, before we go into you telling me your relationship, I think I need to let our people understand who we have here. So we have the very Reverend Patrick Amidele. Okay, he is the Secretary of
Conference Education Secretary.
Okay, so he is the Conference Education Secretary. So tell me, what's your relationship with Papa T?
Papa T is my direct boss.
Okay.
I report directly to him, and he's one of the best bosses I've ever worked with.
Okay, him being a boss, a direct boss to you, how would you say his leadership has influenced you as a person?
Wow. He is a very good leader, a practical Christian, a man with human face, a man who is prepared to listen to you and then come up with solutions, especially when you are in crisis. He's the people's man. He is well loved, and no wonder we call him the new Don. Papa T happened to teach me when I was in the seminary. He was my teacher, and we have a name we call him then. When he's teaching you, he flows, so we say flow out.
Oh, okay.
we call him flow
out. I see. Okay, so at any point, were there time you felt, oh, I don't think I can work with this person? At any point in time?
Not at all.
Wow.
If I have my way, I will work with him until I retire from Methodist Church Nigeria.
That's great. So tell me how, if his journey so far reflects the value and the mission of Methodist Church.
Come again.
So I asked, his journey so far, would you say it reflects the mission and the vision of Methodist Church Nigeria?
Of course.
So tell us about it.
Of course. If we have to trace his life, well, as his life as a Methodist, I think Methodist Church Nigeria is lucky to have a bishop like him. He has attracted so many things, so many positive things to the church. So you can see the crowd in there. That's the testimony of the kind of person he is. Like I said, he's a gift to the church, and we are proud of him.
Thank you very much. So what do you wish him today? What do you wish
all the very best life can offer, and then many more gracious years ahead. And when the fullness of time comes, we shall all meet over there in heaven, including you.
Amen. Amen. We look forward to that. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Amen.
All right.
So again, we have someone special right on this side, and he will be shedding light into the life of today's celebrant. And he is the Right Reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo. It's a pleasure having you.
Very reverend.
Okay, very reverend. Pardon me. So you can tell us more. Let's meet you again.
All right. I am very reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo.
Okay.
Head Media and Communications. Methodist Church Nigeria.
Great. So tell me, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
Yes, he's my boss, my direct boss.
Okay.
In fact, he is one of the arrowheads God used to bring me to the media office, and he had been a close ally and friend, so that he will give me counsel and advice based on what to do in the office. And he is a father, he's a mentor, he's a pragmatic leader, he's very eloquent and very widespread. In fact, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had traveled through the east and also to the middle belt and have been a bishop of the Igbo people.
So I see you people call him Papa T, so let me call him now. Papa T is celebrating 60. What does that represent to you as someone working close with him?
Yes, like I said, Papa T for everybody means a different thing.
Okay.
For us, we copied it from his equals because he always tried to play the role of a father even while he was young, and then he has a baby face. Of course, you can see that at 60 he's still looking more like someone who is around 40, 45, 50.
Yeah.
You know, so I call him Papa T because I feel it very comfortable for me because he plays the role of both father, boss, friend, and everything.
So as the Secretary of Conference, Methodist Church of Nigeria, what would you say he's doing differently?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, he is one of the oldest bishops as at the time he became the Secretary of Conference. That's one thing that you can't take from him. And then he is also the only sitting SOC who is celebrating 60th on the seat. And then, like I said earlier, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had pastored the Igbo people in Umuahia East and had been in Edo Delta, and then is also a bishop here in the city. So he is well traveled, and he is one of the most connected bishops who actually brought in the C.C. Williamson training of Methodist connection to Nigeria, and he's well connected both outside and internally. He is highly connected. In fact, as at the time he came in at a very time where he came with the prelate. We refer to him as the SOC New Dawn. You know, the church was indebted, but then he didn't close his eye from it. Neither did he close his eyes from supporting the prelate in development. So he's quite a very specific bishop who is interested in the growth and development. So he's using his connections to ensure the stability of the church.
Great. So do you see yourself in his shoes in the near future?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
In the near future, we don't say now.
Yes, I wouldn't say that, because you see, there are shoes that you will project to sit on. And I think I really don't envy the seat of an SOC at all. Yes, because the work there is so much. It's beyond just ecclesiastical and pastoral. It is beyond administration. It has to do with understanding history, understanding administration, and then taking serious risk, because the truth is, you are just like the shock absorber to whatever happened. The prelate is an ecclesiastical head, and the SOC is the administrative arm. So he takes some decisions and he works based on canonical obedience. So whether good or bad decision by the prelate, he is the shock absorber. So I see things just from a pastoral way. So I could actually just say, okay, maybe leadership. Okay. But when it comes to SOC, it's administration.
Okay, so tell us your wish for him today.
Wow. Seriously, I wish him good health, long life and prosperity. And above all, joy and happiness, because that's what I derive anytime I see him and his wife.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much for your time.
You're blessed.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Alright, so we have another special guest with us here, and she will be telling us more about this celebrant. We have Dame Mawuli Shotubo. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
It's my pleasure.
Great. So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
The celebrant is a brother to me. No, not biological brother, but you can have brothers that are even closer to you than your biological brother. I've known him for over 30 years, and he's been a fantastic person in the ministry. Apart from the ministry, he's very close to my family. There's any time I call him, it's very handy, and he has a fantastic wife too. I thank God for that.
Great. So as the secretary of conference for Methodist Church, what would you say are those special things that he has been doing?
Special?
Yes, those special things he has been doing as a secretary of the conference.
Well, as the secretary of conference, I think he coordinates all the ministers under him. He coordinates everything in the church, and everything the patriarch does, he coordinates it. You know, he's in charge of the Methodist at the conference level, and he's doing the work very well. May God continue to be with him, guide him, and show him direction.
Amen. So you mentioned earlier that aside from being a brother from the church, he is also related to you outside church. So looking at his leadership skills in the church and his involvement with the family, how would you weigh this? If you want to measure it, how would you weigh it?
Naturally, I think he has a fantastic leadership quality. God blessed him with that. So we should just continue to pray for him. He's holding the fort very well, and our prayer is, it should not derail. We should just continue to pray.
So what do you wish him as he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee?
Well, I wish him a very, very glorious return. As he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee, by God's grace, he will celebrate 70, 80, 90, 100. And the Lord will grant him all his heart desires. The Lord will bless him, bless his family, continue to uphold him as he continues with his work as the secretary of the Methodist Conference.
Thank you very much.
Well,
accept our thanks and praise in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, for your grace you have bestowed upon his life. Thank you for who he is today. And thank you for all that you have been doing in his life. As he is today, Father, we pray that you accept his thanksgiving in the name of Jesus. Father, we lift him up to you because you are our protector, you are our defender, you are everything to us. Father, from this moment, continue to uphold your son. In the name of Jesus. As you are still his life to see this day, Father, we pray for longevity. We pray that your peace will reign supreme in his life, in his family. Surround him with your peace. Continue in you, the author of life, in the name of Jesus. We pray, O Lord, that all it takes to succeed.
Of evangelism and discipleship. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Yes, please tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
We have a very good relationship. Number one, he's my colleague, my senior colleague.
Okay.
Number two, he is the number 2 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria, the secretary of conference, which I followed him as a number 3 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria headquarters. So he is the secretary of conference, he is in charge of administration, and everything goes through him in terms of administration. Okay. So, and working with him is a good thing.
So tell me, what do you admire about his leadership?
Well, you have this, you cannot predict him when you meet with him.
Okay.
If you stay with him, he doesn't like any word to say. He will say, he will sustain you with a lot of ideas, good ideas. He will advise you. He will also encourage you in a lot of things, most especially concerning the church. It's like he had the whole idea of Methodism in his head.
Wow. So was there a time when you felt like, look, I think I can work with him, or the pressure is much, I just want to take a break? Was there ever a time?
Humanly, there must be a time like that.
Okay.
But as the condition of the work and the policy as a church, you cannot avoid working with one another.
I see. So how were you able to pull through?
There's no way you work with a human being that you may not have one issue or the other, but a way to manage that issue makes you a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is no way you can not have such things.
All right, so he's celebrating 60 today.
Yeah.
What does that represent to you as someone, the number 3, right, to him? What does that mean to you?
I really thank God for him, because so many people were born the same day with him. I don't think they are alive to see today. So for him to be 60 today is a blessing from God. It's something to celebrate. So for us to come here, we have seen his lifestyle as encourage others, and also an encouragement to me as a person. So I supposed to go home and rest after the national convention, but because of this celebration, I have to come back to Lagos in order to share in this celebration.
So in the position is occupying, let me just ask you this, is it a position that expires, or you just have to be there till God says yes, it's time to move? Do you have maybe 2, 3, 4 years tenure and all of that?
We have a tenure.
Okay.
We have a period of 5 years at the first term.
Okay.
then if the Lord and the church also decide for you to go further, we move the second term, that's another 5 years.
Okay, so I actually asked this question so I could ask you, would you like him to come again and again as the secretary of the committee?
By the special grace of God, if the church accepted him to continue the second term, I would love him to continue. But because of his age, I would love him to be elevated into the office of Archbishop after his first term.
Alright, so tell us your wish for him today as he celebrates 60.
Okay.
What's your wish for him?
I wish him long life. I wish him good health. I wish him prosperity. I wish him divine connection and other connection that will help him to excel in his ministry.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Bless you. And you didn't tell me your name, but I've told you my name.
Okay, so my name is Grace Komolafe and you are watching Souq Podcast. We'll take it from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world.
Pastor, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, it's a pleasure too.
God bless you.
Thank you, amen.
The Bishop of the Secretary General of Christian Council of Nigeria, we are very grateful. All the bishops, I salute you and God bless you in Jesus' name. Bishop of Evangelism, thank you so much. You should be resting after this convention, but you did not rest your health is perfect. Honor us and the Lord honor you in Jesus' name. Let me thank all the presenters. They have done so well. All the presenters of our meeting today, they have done very well. May God bless all of you mightily in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our lay presidents, particularly the lay president of conference, Saide Okechukwu. Thank you so much, sir, for making this work easy for me. Because without your support as the lay president of conference, there's no way I will effectively work with the prelate and turn this church to a better church. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you. I love your family in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our past lay presidents that are here, including Sir Lanabutola, who is formerly president of Raymond.
And at this very moment, I have a very close person to the celebrant, and she is the very sister of the celebrant. Her name is Mrs. Bolanle Ogunaike. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
Pleasure is mine.
All right. Your brother, so like you mentioned off camera, you said he's your immediate junior brother. Yes. Oh wow, so tell us, how was growing up like?
Oh, we call him Papa T.
Oh, way back.
Way back.
I see.
Because he was born when my paternal grandfather died.
Oh.
So that's where he got his name Babatunde from.
Oh, that's great.
So he is a very gentleman, very selfless. He loved his family dearly. It's someone that he will do anything for his family. I mean, I'm talking about we, his siblings.
I see. So, at any point while he was growing up, would you have thought that he would become someone occupying a special position within the church circle?
Our paternal grandfather happens to be a church catechist with Methodist Church Nigeria.
I see.
My late father is a local preacher. He is a chairman or the president of Men's Fellowship, Methodist Church Nigeria. My late mom, Dame Oluranti Abigail Taiwo, she was a staunch Christian, a Methodist to the core. She served in every area of Methodist, starting from Sunday school to Women Fellowship, Lagos Diocese. We are originally born and raised in Ereko Methodist, and same with my brother. So, yes, just like I said, Tunde has always been a very gentle one. He is the number 3 in the family. I'm number 2 and the first daughter. And he is one of the peacemaker when things are going rough. He's the one that will stand in gap and say, please, let's be peaceful about this. So he has always had the trait of being a reverend. And he loves to pray. He loves to pray. So I honestly know that he didn't make any mistake when he decides to be a reverend.
I see. So obviously he's been so grounded looking at the history of your family. So I mean, it's in the blood.
It is.
It's in the blood. But would you say at any point in time you saw him, probably you've ever seen him being downcasted and maybe feeling like, oh, we can't do this, or I can't do this at any point in time? Or do you see him as someone that is always, up on his feet and no dull moment at any point?
So Babatunde, well, I will call him Babatunde because he's my baby brother. So I have the right to call him by his first name. Even though he's the bishop, he is very pessimistic. He's a go-getter. I remember him telling me one day that in our family, nobody has read up to being having a doctorate degree, and he's going to get it.
Wow.
And he worked hard, and he got it.
Wow.
So I give him kudos for that. He's very focused. When he wants to do things, he gets it done. Irregardless of what it's going to cost him, he will get it done.
Wow. So he's celebrating 60 today. What are your prayers for him?
My prayers for Babatunde and his family is to continue doing what he knows how to do best. Serving the Lord. Embrace his family. Never forget his background. Because oftentimes, men of God, because they get overwhelmed with this work of the ministry, they kind of not intentionally neglect their family. So he needs to maintain a balance, a good balance between ministry, home, and his siblings. So I live in the United States.
I see.
And I came for this.
All the way. Wow.
So I feel honored to be here to celebrate my brother.
That's great.
I'm now the most senior out of the surviving children because we lost our brother, which is the firstborn. So I have no other choice than to be there, because if our parents were alive, they will be here.
So your special wish for him today?
I wish him good life, good health, prosperity, and above all, because Bible says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his life. Above all, Papa T, Babatunde Abiodun, I wish you that you don't lose your kingdom race. You don't lose your heavenly race, irregardless of what it takes. Serve the Lord, and serve the Lord.
Thank you so much for your time, though. I appreciate you. Thank you. Alright, so we have very Reverend Godwin Onobo seated here with us today, and he will also be sharing moments with us about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
By the special grace of God, the celebrant, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, the Secretary of Conference, is a father to me, and incidentally I work directly with him as the Conference Director of Research Services and Documentation at 2122 Marina, which is the corporate headquarters of Methodist Church in Nigeria.
Great. So having worked with him, I mean you directly work with him, right? Yes. So tell me, how has his leadership influenced you?
The celebrant is a man of many parts. He's an astute administrator, and is a motivator, is a galvanizer, is a strategist, and is a philosopher, a theologian, a pastor, and he's been a wonderful father. And his style of leadership has been very, very impactful. He's a man that is result-oriented, a man of action, and is a gift to our church.
Okay, so you mentioned his style of leadership. You know, someone could actually have a positive style of leadership, but it's another thing for it to align with the mission and vision of that organization. I want to ask you, his style of leadership, does it align with the vision and mission of Methodist Church?
Of course. He is popularly known as SOC New Dawn, and since the inception of his administration as the Secretary of Conference, the church has witnessed a lot of progress in different angles, and he is a leader that believes in corporate leadership. You know, he samples the opinion of people, you know, working around him, and so as a result of that, it has made his administration smooth and dynamic, and of course his leadership style is in tandem with the vision and mission of the church.
All right, so what do you wish him today as he celebrates 60?
I wish him the very best and many more years of fruitful celebrations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Amen.
Yeah.
The chat here has been super amazing, if you would agree with me. Well, for me, it is what it is. There's no doubt about that. Look, celebrating 60 is no small feat at all. That's a huge one, I must say to you. Looking at the environment and a whole lot of things happening around the world, it's no joke. So we must thank God for bringing Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo this far, and like I said earlier, he's going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. But you know what? We need to go. I wish we can take more interviews. I wish we can hear more, testimonial about the celebrant. But hey, we have to call it a day. This is Souq Podcast. We'll take it right from our studio to your destination, anywhere in the world, any day, anytime. I remain Grace Komolafe. Reach out to us via the number scrolling on your screen or through our social media platforms. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Thread and on X. Yes, until some other time, I would see you again on Souq Podcast. Have an amazing time out there. Bye-bye.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. And it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system, ain't no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, I'll tell you.
I want to start from there. Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep us one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah,
right. And so for me, it's that,
and it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me, because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out, well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
About impact, don't make me jump the gun, because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the $1 billion movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow. but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And you know, I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, you know, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, you know, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerele, you know, who's DG of Tourism, Culture, Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names, or what they're doing, or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, you know, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for eons.
So it's not just, you know, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, you know, we don't have enough cinemas. You know, what are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, you know, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, you know, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys in music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, you know, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on, you have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content, and you know, and this also represents a huge shift and a huge to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, you know, in the mall, you know, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to pay music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged, the creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But you know, we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip-hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking I don't want to name names now. We're talking 0.0001% going to the artist, and still many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff. Many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed.
Yeah,
like you're saying now. So how do we? Is it just we talk about it to shed light to? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money, right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
focus on the art, focus on the business.
Sort this stuff, get out of the fighting. The money is there, you're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It's not made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make it song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You have
whatever
for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You have for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you've done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that.
Yeah, but we also had diamond platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, really? Right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide. And we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We're actually.
Hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah,
and I saw it. I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it, right? They, the VMAs or that.
All the lights.
It's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it. And that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while. So we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. What is a Nigerian award? What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Animation is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. Right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing, and IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy. That's crucial for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it, and not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included,
which is why it hurt me each time I said
that we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week. Because we extended, it wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board, we're talking AI. AI is being integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap. But technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently. Whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be a really dynamic thing. So